Morning. God, one or two jumped there, didn't it? That was good. That's the desired effect. Wakes a few people up. Right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to today's meeting of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee. So you know I am Andy Crump. If you owe me money, my name's Andy Crump. If I owe you money, my name's Tony Perks. So. Isn't that right, Mr. Perks? So we'll start as we mean to go on. First of all, item on the agenda is apologies. Howard, have we any apologies, please?
Yes, good morning, Chair. We have apologies from Councillor Keithley.
Right, thank you very much. Item 2, the normal disclosure of interest. Any items disclosure of interest? Well, I think I better declare one. Item number 7, Warwickshire Fire and Rescue Service. I'm the portfolio holder for Fire and Rescue at the county, and I will be moving from this side of the chair down to there, and Councillor Passingham will be chairing the item. So I'm going to be poacher turned gamekeeper or gamekeeper turned poacher, whichever is appropriate. Councillor Alcott, please.
Thank you. Yes, can I declare an interest in item
number 8, is that the Orbit one?
Orbit.
Yep.
As an Orbit tenant.
Yep, brilliant, thank you. Right, no. Thank you, Sarah. Yep.
Yeah, also to do with item number 8, my husband in person has had to do remedial work on behalf of an Orbit resident not engaged by Orbit to do that work directly. So just to put that
But
into...
again, non-pecuniary interest.
Is that all right? So thank you.
Thank you. Right. Sorry, Kate. Yep.
I think I need to declare an interest that I sat on the bid board for 15 years until last October. So I know everyone on it.
Yep.
And I know because I was party to the discussions on the new iteration. Yep. So I've lost my voice.
Yep.
Of the...
No problem. It will hopefully you and Victoria keep your germs over that direction, please.
I'm not ill.
I'm not ill. I'm not ill at all.
Yeah.
I just literally have lost my voice.
Okie dokie. I have got some safety masks if anybody needs them. No, anyway, get well soon, Kate. Thank you. Right. Any other? No? Brilliant. Minutes of the previous meeting. Obviously, they've been circulated for the meeting on the 12th of January. It seems like only yesterday. Any other comments on those? Any amendments, additions, omissions, factual errors? There was one, bit of a omission. There's the bit where it says that the meeting was well chaired by the chairman, but I can't see that bit there. That seems to be missing from this. But seriously, no other omissions on that. And if you're happy, I'll sign those meetings at a later date. Item number 4, minutes from the climate change panel. Again, the panel was held on the 9th of January, and the minutes are on pages 7 to 12. Again, can't see any comments on that. The only thing I would say about the minutes is that, again, if we can, when we get any dates, the due dates, the status, if we can make sure that printed as soon as we can. Obviously, many things are ongoing and will change, but if we can get some certainty around some items on there, that's always helpful. Chairman's brief. Yes, the only thing I've got to say in the Chairman's brief is that the public participation item number 6 will be moved till after the fire and rescue item, item number 7. We have good reasons for doing that. It just wasn't at the whim of the chair. It's the public participation questions are likely to be pertinent to item number 8. So rather than have the questions, we have an item on fire and rescue and forget about the questions, we felt it was pertinent to have them just before the update from Orbit. So again, the questions from the public, members of the public, could be looked upon and used as potential questions to the representatives from Orbit. Councillor Moore-Hoggins?
I just wondered if it would be a kindness to ask those that have made the visit to us today if if anybody got any public questions about the fire service, or is that not the case? Sorry.
In the council constitution, it outlines that the members of the public that want to submit questions have to do so 2 clear days before a meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I know that some of the members of the public have already submitted questions in different ways on the fire service or done via councillors as well. So I think that's okay. So we will now move on to item number 7, which is the Warwickshire Fire and Rescue Service, and I will pass on to Councillor Passingham and shuffle around the table.
Right. So we're on to item 7, the update from Warwickshire Fire and Rescue Services on their proposed service delivery changes. And we're welcoming Ben Brooks, who's the Chief Fire Officer, to give a report on that. But first of all, Tony Perks would like to say something.
Thank you, Chairman. I just thought I'd sort of give a bit of clarity this morning. We've got a sort of a dual role going on here this morning. We've got the fire service representatives here, and for your sort of normal scrutiny role, there is, as the agenda suggests, a live consultation going on, and it is proposed that the District Council will submit a response to that consultation. The standard way that we do that, the custom and practice, is for that to be done by the relevant portfolio holder, which is in this instance is Councillor Natalie Gist. So Natalie is joining us this morning so that in sort of preparing that consultation response, we can take views of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee. So I just thought it was worth clarifying why we had Councillor Gist at the table this morning. Thank you.
Okay. Right, so over to you, Mr. Brooks.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks everyone for your time this morning. Really appreciate it. I'm very, very aware that some of you have heard this presentation at least once, if not twice or 3 times. So my apologies to those who have done so, and I'll be as brief as I can to leave time for questioning. So Warwickshire Fire and Rescue Service are proposing some changes. I want to make that really clear. It is a proposal. It is out for meaningful consultation, good consultation guidance from the government, and lots of other consultation guidance says that consultation should be at the formative stage of a proposal. So my commitment to you is that we are genuinely listening to all of your comments and feedback, and that will form a final proposal following the consultation. Warwickshire Fire and Rescue Service, though, are experiencing 4 specific challenges. Those 4 specific challenges are as follows. So firstly, we've looked at our activity levels, and most of our activity is between 8 in the morning and 10 at night. So just to give an outline of that, 100% of our pre-planned prevention work happens between those hours. 100% of our planned protection work, and just to be clear, prevention is where we go into schools, it's where we go into people's houses, fit smoke alarms, go to fetes, engage with young people. So that's our prevention work, and that happens mainly in the daytime between 8 and 6 in the evening, actually. Our protection work is where we work with businesses. We know that the economy, tourism, is really important for Warwickshire. So we engage with businesses, and that happens between 8 in the morning and 10 at night. So we do some protection work in the evenings because we have restaurants, nightclubs, those sort of things where we have to engage in that time. So prevention and protection are really, really important for us. We want to prevent and protect incidents from occurring in the first place. 78% of our response activity happens between the hours of 8 in the morning and 10 at night. 89% of our response activity that involves life and property happens within those timeframes as well, and 68% of all fatalities happen between that time period as well. So we know that the bulk of our activity happens between 8 in the morning and 10 at night, and yet that's the time we have the least number of fire engines available. So what we're looking to do through these proposals is put more fire engines available between those hours of the day when activity levels are highest, and reduce the number we have available at night when we have less activity. Currently, we have the most appliances available where we have the least activity. Our second challenge is around on-call availability. So in Warwickshire, we have two different types of firefighter. So we have whole-time firefighters where it's their permanent job, it's their role as a firefighter, and they work shifts with us, and it is their primary occupation. We then have on-call firefighters who are committed, dedicated people. It's usually not their primary employment, they'll have other jobs, and then what they do is they provide up to 120 hours on-call availability to us. That availability, as you can imagine, tends to be at night because their primary employment is in the day. So our on-call availability in the day is incredibly low, but overall our on-call availability over the last 5 years has gone from around 90% to 40%. So you may see a fire engine in this part of the county and think it's available. You'll find that it's not available much of the time. So that's our challenge around on-call availability. Our third challenge is around response times. So we've committed to our communities that we would get to life and property incidents in 10 minutes on 75% of occasions. That hasn't happened for 5 years. So what we want to be is really open and transparent with our communities around actually the response times you get today and what you'll get under the proposed model, because we're not being very transparent in that space, or haven't been. We are being now. And then finally, and this is probably less relevant for this scrutiny committee, is that some of our shift systems aren't legally compliant. They've been challenged in other parts of the country. So there are some of our shift systems that we've got to change because they could be subject to illegal challenge. So that's the challenges we're facing. We're open to solutions, options. As I say, it's genuine consultation. So if people have got better options, we're very open to listening to those. We are engaging with our people as well as our community. So we've been doing some drag and den type events where they can come and present ideas to us. We've been doing workshops that will be continuing as of the 19th of this month with our people around how this could work. So the proposal is that we have 12 fire engines from 8 in the morning till 10 at night. They are guaranteed availability. As I say, with our on-call, it's not guaranteed. It fluctuates hour by hour and is not guaranteed. I can't guarantee that those resources are available to you. So under the new proposal, we'll guarantee 12 appliances between the hours of 8 in the morning and 10 at night. Then the proposal is that outside of those times, from 10 at night through till 8 in the morning, it will be 8 fire engines available, guaranteed, across the county. But what we've introduced is that those fire engines will be meeting our day-to-day activity levels. We know that climate is changing. There are other things that are happening where we need to get large amounts of resources in within a specified period of time. So 2 summers ago, we had the 40-degree heat. We've already had flooding this year in January. We struggled to get resources in during those timeframes based on the current model. So the proposal is that we'll be able to call in an additional 8 fire engines in a maximum of 2 hours, so it could be faster than that, to deal with incidents that are either ongoing, so it could be 2 incidents happening at the same time, it could be 1 large incident, but we can also do it in a pre-planned way. So if we know we're going to have a heat wave or a drought or flooding, we can call resources in a pre-planned way. So those are our proposals. Like I say, genuinely out for consultation, and we very much welcome your views. Please do fill in the consultation though. Thank you.
Right, thank you, for that. So we're open for questions from councillors, but we have a question. We have Councillor Fleming has come in onto the committee especially to ask a question. So over to you first.
Thank you for that, Chair. My question that I've already lodged, and gentlemen have already seen this, and my first sort of question really is, why should Bidford, or indeed any of the other nominated surge stations in the south of the county, accept a 30-minute, 1 hour or 2 hour response, as you've just been talking about, from 6 p.m. until 10 p.m? We've got a 5 to 10 minute response for 97% of the time, at the moment running at about 90, for those times all through the night. And I think Stratford residents should be very wary, because you will have zero cover from 10 p.m. till 6 a.m. Because just taking last week's example, for instance, you had nine units at the theatre. 5 of those units won't exist under this new plan. They won't even be there. So it then would mean that they'd be calling in resources from much further away. And Stratford is a critical centre, so it always has to have a fire engine here. Where are they coming from? So that's basically my question. We've got some stations with high overnight availability. Why scrap those and put in something from 6 p.m. until 10 p.m?
Thanks, Councillor. So as I've repeatedly said, we're very open to other suggestions and ideas. We've listened. Actually, we had a firefighter from Bidford come and present to me on Monday with some ideas around some of that night cover. So we're aware of that. We understand the concerns in that area. We're open to suggestions and proposals in that area. Just in relation to availability, I think it'd be helpful for me to go through the availability for this financial year of our on-call units in the south of the county. So Shipston is available 0% in the day, 10% at night. Fenny Compton is available 2% in the day, 10% at night. Stratford is available 5% in the day, 28% at night. Henley is available 21% in the day, 49% at night. Wellesbourne, 22% in the day, 50% at night. Southam is 33% in the day, 61% at night. And Bidford is currently running at 47% in the day, 67% at night. So you can see that on-call availability fluctuates and is not guaranteed. In relation to the incidents at the RSC, we map all incidents that are large across the county. There were 6 fire engines in attendance at that particular incident, with 2 additional units, which were specialist units. That incident wasn't actually a fire, it was a smoke cloak. So it's one of the smoke generators that had actuated. It's very, very rare. I want to reassure the committee around this. It's very, very rare that we have a large incident at night. When we do, we'll have 8 appliances to immediately respond. And then it's likely that our surge teams, so the additional 8 fire engines, will be available much quicker at night because they like to be at home. We're not restricting it necessarily to 30 minutes or 1 hour or 2 hours. Clearly, if a surge team can be available more quickly than that, within 5 or 10 minutes, we're not going to stop that.
I've already sort of sent these questions in. We've been told that the FRSA, which is the Retained Firefighters Union, will play no part in the consultative bodies negotiation, only the Fire Brigade Union, which is the full-timers. Surely all the firefighters should be represented, or is this an ultimate plan that you're not catering for on-call firefighters at all?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Just to be really, really clear, we're engaging with all the representative bodies. There are 4 representative bodies that we engage with. So there's FRSA, there is FOA, there is the FBU, and there is Unison. So we have a service consultative meeting that all are invited to. That's a statutory meeting that they can all come and engage in that space. We also have a health and safety meeting that they're all invited to. Throughout these proposals, and as we continue, we will absolutely consult with all of the representative bodies. However, nationally and locally, terms and conditions are negotiated with the FBU. Pay and conditions for all firefighters across the country are nationally negotiated with the FBU. So we will consult with all representative bodies. Every representative body will have a voice. We want to hear everyone's voice. However, it's clearly set out in our constitution and policy on a local and national basis around who we negotiate with, and that's with the FPU.
Just for clarity, Councillor, the FBU also represents on-call firefighters. It's not exclusive to whole time, so we have a lot of on-call firefighters that are members of the FBU.
Yeah, so can I just come back in as well, Dave?
Councillor Johnson.
Dave,
first.
can I just come back
so-
on?
oh, sorry,
to add to
sorry.
that? Yeah, again, talking about consultation. Scott, just speak me to one of the points. I did meet informally with the FBU this week without officers on a one-to-one basis, and it's true, they do represent on-call firefighters, a substantial amount of on-call firefighters, and I'm also meeting with the FRSA again on a one-to-one basis next week. So we are getting the views of the employee reps, and I'm getting them direct rather than through officers. So you've got their assurance as well there.
So, Councillor Johnson, then Councillor Francis, and Councillor Wade Hoggins, and then Councillor Lamb. And that's it. So, over to Councillor Johnson.
Could I ask where the 8 appliances which are available between 10 and 8 a.m. are going to be located? And consequential on that, I understand each fire service sets its own target response times. What do you anticipate to be the nighttime response time, say in Shipston or Longcompton, just to make it easy?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. So at night time, the resources will be available at Atherstone, Coleshill, Nuneaton, 2 appliances at Rugby, 2 appliances at Leamington and 1 at Stratford. So that's where the immediately available resources will be during the night. In the day, between 8 in the morning and 10 at night, it's different to that. And there's a map on our consultation webpage, so I really encourage people to go and have a look at that. In relation to response times, so they vary across the county based on risk, and I really want to emphasise what you've said around, is there a national standard around response times? There isn't now, however there has been in the past. So in 2004, up until 2004, there were national response times for fires only, so there's never been any response times for RTCs and those other elements. What they looked like in 2004 when there was a national standard for this was in urban areas it was 5 minutes, in rural areas, it was 20-minute response time. That's what it looked like. So there was a disparity and a different response time based on whether it was urban or rural. We now, and most fire rescues are still based on those type of principles. So in the south of the county at night, we would be looking at about a 24-minute maximum response time. So that's what it would look like in the south of the county.
Thank you, Chair. Listening to all the figures you've been putting out, could you tell me how many incidents at the same time can be dealt with?
Yeah, thanks so much, Councillor. So what we've worked with is an external consultancy that specialise in mapping emergency services. So they're working currently with 19 forensic rescue services across the country. They've worked with most, and they've worked across international Europe, America, Australia as well, looking at police, fire and ambulance. We've worked with them. What they have done is mapped our data and understood when our incidents occur. That's where we've got the data around between 8 and 10 and after those times. They've also mapped within that simultaneous instance, so when we're likely to have more than one incident going on at a time, we know at night that's a lot less likely. So they've mapped that, and that's what the resource configuration is built on, and looks at is the number of, not just the size of the incident, but the number of multiple incidents we have at any one time. Just to give you a bit of an understanding of that. So between the hours of 8 in the morning till 10 at night, we'll average about 8 incidents a day. Outside of that, during the night, we average about 2 incidents during that whole time period across the whole of Warwickshire.
I'm going to say, just coming back as well, this is the whole point of having the surge to bring people back on a phased basis. We know during the recent storms, Storm Henk, Storm whatever they're called, the various different names we use. Storm Henk, I think one day we had 82 calls for assistance. And Mr. Brook, we've got 11 full-time pumps, whole-time pumps, and 12 on-call. usually during the day, we've got 1 or 2 of those on-call available. When I spoke to the FPU the other day, they'd got said there was 4, but on the Friday there was none. So there's no guaranteed availability. You can't plan, you can't move your resources around if you haven't got that guarantee. So under this proposal, there would be 12 full-time pumps available during the day with the potential to recall, guaranteed recall, on up to 2-hour basis and additional 8 pumps. During storm Henk, Mr Brook could only rely on at most 14 or 15. So this is an increase of 5 or 6 on those pumps. And with items like the flooding, we all know that there is, it rains a few miles, 50 miles upstream, then 2 hours later, that will come down to some low-lying areas. So we can bring people back on a phased response. When we have the wildfires, the extreme heat, that's usually between lunchtime and 6 p.m. That's when the high temperatures are. We're not getting 40 degrees at 2 o'clock in the morning. We're getting 40 degrees at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And lots of the firefighters were obviously wearing appropriate PPE, which is really, it's got to be fit for purpose. It's not going to be lightweight, and it's really, I couldn't do it. Even in my prime, they are working in extreme conditions wearing appropriate PPE. Some of the officers, firefighters, were suffering, had to be relieved because they are suffering from heat exhaustion and different things. So therefore, again, the relief could have been brought in on a phased basis. So that's what we're looking at, is a guaranteed response to items that occur and have that flexibility to bring additional resources in. So that's the whole point of this purpose. But again, we're asking the council, obviously through Councillor Gist, and all members and residents to respond to the consultation. I believe that the initial proposals that we've come forward with won't be the final proposals that we end up with. We are listening to the consultation, it's meaningful consultation. So, just that's my guarantee as portfolio holder for fire and rescue.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure that you're listening to lots and lots of figures and lots of percentages, and it's a bit baffling. So if I try to give you some context, hopefully. So those of you that remember the Leeson's incident in Leamington, which was a significant incident, does everybody recall that? Okay, so I was one of 2 incident commanders at Leeson's. I had the night shift, so I had the joy of a 16-hour shift, basically, to look after that incident. So just to put into context what it means in terms of availability, I had a phone call mid-morning with fire control to talk about the fact that I couldn't get some of the on-call firefighters back on the run because they were going towards their primary employment. So I was trying to have to resource the incident, knowing full well that as we moved towards the day, we were losing those resources. Now, that's not the firefighters' fault because they did an amazing job. What it was is that systems limitations. So the surge teams effectively is trying to do something about that. But if there are other options, the service is absolutely listening. We want to just make sure that we can provide the best service we can with our available resources. I hope that helps.
Yes, thank you. I'm the ward member for Brails and Compton, which, if you like, is probably one of the first distances for those. And I was quite alarmed when you said, was it 24 minutes during the night? I've got quite a lot of questions to do with this, and I may come back later on the discussions with it. But could you tell us, please, are you actually going to be relying on fire services that are not within Warwickshire in order to handle those fires? And are you consulting with them and letting them know that you're not going to be available? I actually happen to know that it does happen already. But what I'm worried about is if other fire services are going to have consultations and reduction, that we end up in a really very, very difficult situation. And I will have a follow-up question after that. Is that all right? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor, for your question. So just want to be clear that we have to do a community risk management plan. That's a legislative thing we have to do. So that is that we have to look at all reasonably foreseeable risk within our communities. We have to do that on a 3-yearly basis is what we're doing here. And then we have to look to resource that risk ourselves. We can't rely on other fire and rescue services to do that. So we look at our own risk, and we have to, that's why we're being open around what those response times look and feel like, although you might get a fire engine quicker from a different service, and we will be using what we call Section 13 arrangements under the Fire and Rescue Services Act. So we will still be using resources and mobilising the nearest resources, and we've got an agreement with all our neighbouring 7 fire and rescue services to mobilise resources into Warwickshire, and for Warwickshire to mobilise resources out of Warwickshire. Those will remain in place, so it will be the nearest resource. However, our community risk management plan is how can we best use the resources we've got to provide the best possible cover we can for Warwickshire. In relation to engagement with all fire and rescue services, so yes, I'm in Hereford Woodchester this afternoon to meet with their team. You'll be aware that they're actually reducing their service by 8 on-call fire units at the moment. They're out for consultation at the moment on that because they're finding the similar on-call challenges to we are in their north of their county. So we are absolutely engaging in that space. I was at Northants last week. We'll be in Leicestershire shortly as well. So we are going and meeting with every single fire and rescue service that borders with Warwickshire. Already met with West Midlands as well. So we're absolutely engaged in that. But we have to model our arrangements on how can we best use the resources in Warwickshire to make the biggest difference.
So just to emphasise, a 24-minute call out to some of those areas, and if I think of one of my furthest reaching villages, which is a village called Ascot, that call out I think is an ambitious timescale to get to from Stratford-on-Avon. However, what I would say is that this consultation, there has been, I think we can only describe it really as uproar really over this, and I don't suppose you've been many smiling faces sitting in front of you. Can I just ask, what else have you looked at now? Because the uproar has happened, people know that we don't have enough on-call firefighters available. I would have thought that now would be the most brilliant time to go out there, and also for Warwickshire perhaps to think a little bit out of the box, because I know that employers, you know, don't necessarily embrace employees disappearing off to answer that, but there is a way to sort of remunerate those employers if the employers, not the employees, the employers, surely there should be, that's available. And also the situation with HGV drivers as well, because they've got their working time directives to sort out, that you could actually petition with the government and say, you know, we need to have, there needs to be allowances made for this. It certainly happens with gritting lorries. I don't see why the fire service is any less of an emergency service than gritting lorries, if I'm honest. And also, finally, I wonder if now is the time to be really looking at from the fire service as a whole, not just into Warwickshire, is looking at what else we can do to engage. I say this, I probably should have declared an interest, but my son is part of the firefighting team in Moray at one of the senior schools there. He's a junior cadet, is doing all of his absolute proper firefighting training. He absolutely loves it. And I look at it and I think, you know, yes, it might be privileged, but actually they are on call. They do go out in that, you know exactly which school I'm talking about, which fire engine. You know, it is, I'm immensely proud that Thea's been accepted and he's had to go through all of the tests that your firefighters do as well. But what I would say is this, you know, maybe it's time that we looked at that engagement right across the board, really, and use this as a, you know, let's make this better. Let's use the impetus that we've got here to do another recruitment drive, to engage with employers and say, look, if we need these people, we can make this financially right for you. Because what, you know, employees or employers, they don't want to be losing out financially. And that finally, and I say this from personal experience, you don't know when you need a fireman, or a fire officer, you need a fire officer. You truly don't want to be waiting 24 minutes. Everybody loves a fire officer. I couldn't always say the same for other uniformed people. But, you know, I am deeply, deeply concerned by this. But I ask you within this consultation to actually see what else this can bring to the table as far as making this Warwickshire better and smarter, not just compromising what our residents should be expecting. Thank you.
I'll start off and then come in. I think what we're doing is actually being transparent and more open. People are under the impression that they will be getting an immediate response, particularly in the rural areas, promptly. That's not happening. It's not happening now. It's not happening during the day when we have most incidents. and it's not happening at night. We've got fire stations. Some of the fire stations were built in the 1960s. No fault of their own, good idea at the time, but lots of risks, lots of things have changed since the 1960s. We've got more motorways, particularly M40, and we're responding to different incidents. The profile, obviously, it is Warwickshire Fire and Rescue. And, years ago, it used to be mainly fires, then other rescues. That has substantially changed. Newer houses are built usually to a better standard, more building safety, more building regulations, and I know Mr. Perks with his past experience could attest to that. So we are having to respond differently, but the whole purpose is that we've got fire stations where incidents are taken very close to them, and they're not able to respond because they haven't got the availability. And we are being reviewed on a regular basis by His Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary Fire and Rescue. And they come in and say, we've got an area for improvement in terms of efficient use of resources and allocations, etc. One of their responses to us when they heard about this, they are saying that they are pleased that we are reviewing our crewing mix so we can respond effectively and efficiently. Just going back to the points of how we're trying to recruit. Some areas we know we won't be able to get them. Some of the on-call fire stations were mainly crewed by employees from big employers who were really beneficial, really thought about their community. Those employers are not there, those big employers, and I won't name where the places are, but those big employers are no longer there. They provided the core base of that station's availability. So they're not available. So we need to be tackling that. And if we didn't, HMIC would say, well, you know about these things. You know you haven't got the resource availability at the times of highest need. You need to improve that. There's been a 22-point plan, that some of which was designed by the on-call firefighters themselves to try and recruit. Some of it's worked and some of it hasn't. We know this working time directive you mentioned about the HGV drivers. We've got to be seen to be. The FRSA have said that the status quo is not an option, and swift and innovative proposals are needed. And when we're talking about a response to a working time directive from the government, whichever government is, swift isn't usually a word I would associate with them. So therefore, we've got to do something quite quickly. So yeah, I think we've had people working at fire stations. We've made that offer to work at home at the fire station, so they're available. That has limited effect, but I'm sure Mr. Brooke and Scott will be able to fill in more details.
Yeah, firstly, thank you, Councillor, for your concerns, because we genuinely want to get the best possible service we can for Warwickshire. We genuinely do. Emphasising the point that right now those response times exist and it's unpredictable because we don't know when our on-call resources are available. So we can't stay as we are. Something needs to change so we can guarantee the level of service across Warwickshire. We're open to listening if there are different ways we can crew at night through, whether that be on-call or different innovative arrangements. We're very open to those suggestions. We're listening to our people, we're listening to our communities to look at those solutions. So we do want to open up those innovative solutions. If there are ways of doing that, we want to look at those. I don't want anyone to sit there thinking we haven't done anything though. We've worked incredibly hard. We've had a community engagement officer dedicated to doing this. We've had retained support officers put in place around this. As Andy's said, we have had some action plans in this space. I think the key point I want to make here is clearly I can't sit here and say we've done everything we possibly could around on-call, because that'd be wrong. You can't, no one can sit there and say they've done everything they could. What we are finding though is we're sitting on a national working group around this. We are not the only fire and rescue services experiencing these challenges with on-call availability. Most are, unless they're very rural like Cornwall, where people live and work in the same places. So we've met with Oxfordshire, again in our consultation, they're down at 40% availability for their on-call as well. We've looked at nationally at innovative solutions. No one's come up with a solution yet around the on-call model. We're trying to be innovative, we're trying to look at new ways of doing that. Almost, you know, if you look at surge in a different way, currently we expect our on-call firefighters to live within 5 minutes of the fire station, be available for up to 120 hours a week, earning about 56p an hour. What we're suggesting is more flexibility, so the turn-in time will be 2 hours, not 5 minutes. We're looking at innovative ways of maintaining an on-call presence, but in a very different way, but very open to any suggestions. Just again around on-call, I was chatting to an on-call firefighter from Bidford this week. In the last 2 years, they've spent 9 weeks worth of their leave doing training for us. They're incredibly committed and dedicated, but that's not right. That's not right that from their primary employment, they've not had any leave during that time period. We've got to look at this differently for our people.
Thank you, Chair. My questions have already been asked in some part by Councillor Wiley-Hollings, and thank you for your responses. I too have a rural ward based around Tysoe. Tysoe used to have its own fire station, and the people in the area are quite remember quite well the guarantee when it was moved to Wellesbourne that there would be a 20-minute response time. I can't see how that is going to be maintained. Now, putting the stats, and lots of stats, and it's very difficult to make reality out of stats, but putting that into context, it's 26 minutes by the sound of it from wherever they're coming from to get into a rural area. That's quite critical. My own experience of fires is that if you're not there and within the first 5 minutes, you're really not, you're fighting a losing battle probably. The issue of housing stock is quite a relevant one in rural villages because we've got listed buildings, we've got 200-year-old buildings, we've got 100-year-old buildings that are in the majority. Yes, the recent increase in housing development does mean that there are some, but a very small percentage are of modern build and design. So I think people who live in my ward are deeply concerned about this situation. I don't think you've got the answers yet, so I won't ask for one, but this is consultation. What I would like to come to and ask a silly question, maybe a naive question. What you've been telling me here, or telling us to hear today, is what you've got is not a capital issue. You have the capital units. They're available. What you have got is a manning issue, a human resources issue. And that is a question of finance. At the moment, Warwickshire Police are investing heavily to get more people on the roll. Have you considered the cost of doing the same yourself? Because it seems to me that a rational plan of having units closest to the highest incidence areas, which you must know about, fully manned in the correct way, or at least 80 to 90% manned, would be a pragmatic way forward. And okay, you're doing a review every 3 years. I'm sure you're doing this on a more regular basis than that yourselves. So I wonder if you could answer to that, please.
Yeah, thank you. I'll answer the non-financial bits and I'll hand over to the portfolio holder around the financial bits. So thanks again for your questions. I understand people's concerns. We've heard a lot of concerns about fire cover in the south, so we're truly listening to that, looking at ways in which we can do that. In relation to response times, there is a range of research out there around response times. Cheshire Fire and Rescue Service are out for consultation like we are at the moment. They're looking to put more resources in the day and less at night and at weekends. They've done a piece of academic research with an academic establishment that looked at response times and said actually anything less between 0 and 8 minutes is unlikely to make a significant difference. The reason being is that someone's either likely to be very seriously ill and unsavable at that point in time, or you've got longer. But anything between 8 and 20 minutes is important. So we are looking at that, and we understand your concerns in that area. Just in relation to how we've done this and mapped it, so We've looked at life and property incidents, and there's a massive disparity across the county in different parts. So if you look at Nuneaton, they'll experience roughly 85 on average life and property incidents a year. You compare that with Fenny Compton, they average 3. If you compare it with Shipston, they average 3, Bidford 7. So that's the difference in the range we have. So there are some parts of the county that experience a significant number of life and property incidents, and there are others that are much less. But we do want to get to everywhere as quickly as we possibly can. It is around, these are the resources we've got, how do we best deploy them within the budget we've currently got?
Can I just come back in on the finance then? Yeah, one other point I'll say on finance, but you talked about Wellesbourne, and you mentioned about 24-minute, 26-minute response. Under the new proposals, Wellesbourne will be staffed full-time from 8 in the morning till 10 o'clock at night. So I can't imagine it would be a 26-minute response time to Tyso during that time. We must remember that on call, there's a 5-minute call-in. If that station is fully staffed, all things being equal and a fair wind, they would be able to go out straight away. So that would give a guaranteed response. The figures I've seen that were used as part of the cabinet paper went to the county on the 9th of November, and the 6 months prior to that, during the day, Wellesbourne on-call availability ranged from 9 to 28% of the time. At night, it was much better, so I appreciate that. But during the day, it was likely that if you had got any incidents in Tyso, the appliance that came wouldn't have come from Wellesbourne. So that's that first bit. We've got to get that clear. And again, it's no criticism of our on-call firefighters. Like I said, I couldn't do it, and I wouldn't have been able to do it. But they've got other things in their lives as well, their primary employment. So that's one thing we've got to make clear. And then we're talking about money. Yeah, as an ex-accountant, yeah, I made my living counting other people's money. I didn't let me keep much of it, but I made my living counting money. So therefore, we need to look that the county council, like many other local authorities of all sizes, is under pressure, not under Section 114, and has got a sustainable medium-term financial strategy. It's got significant pressures on children and adult social care, home-to-school transport, special educational needs, and other areas as well, which I won't tell you about. Therefore, we have to make sure we use our resources to the best of our ability. And this is what HMRC FRS has said we need to do. And as part of this, the budget is basically cost neutral. There's a £14,000 saving currently on the proposals we're looking at. There may be some flexibility on that as well. And I've been badgering the deputy leader and the portfolio holder of finance at the county for additional resources. So rest assured, we are trying to get as much money as possible. Other fire authorities throughout the country have offered extra money to try and recruit extra staff on call, and that has very limited success. Others, it hasn't worked as well, because even offering extra money, as Mr. Brooks said, being available for 120 hours a week, potentially at an hourly rate between 50 and 90p an hour, even if you double that, it's still not particularly attractive. So there are different items we are looking at, but money isn't necessarily one that's going to help them. We're potentially offering new shifts, a 6 till 10 part-time shift, and obviously in the private sector, that shift is becoming quite popular. People have got care and responsibilities during the day. Their partner, friends, relatives, etc., come home from their employment, and then they go off to, they go out, somebody else takes over those caring responsibilities, and then they go to that employment. And that's one item we are looking at, and it might help us to, one, bring back people who've left the service for different reasons. People have gone to have children and then finding it difficult to go back into the workplace. And it also might assist us becoming a more diverse organisation at Fire and Rescue that the HMIC FRS saying that we need to look at. So yeah, there's various different things on that. So sorry for the long-winded answer, but hopefully it's covered all the points there.
Thank you. We were going to try and finish this session by 11 o'clock because there's a lot to get through today. And I have 4 more questions, so can I ask you to be reasonably brief? So over to Councillor Gist for the next question.
Hi, my question's about response times as well. I think Councillor Welly-Hoggins covered a lot of it. I was looking at the heat maps in your paper. So from what you're saying, the maximum response times in the red areas on the heat maps is 24 minutes, is that correct? So my next question was going to be, what is the effect to the risk of life and property from being in a red area as opposed to a green area, which I think you've kind of answered. So if it's between 8 to 20 minutes, you said that's important. So people in those red areas are at significant risk if you're in that 24-minute bracket, aren't you? Is that correct?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Just to be clear, again, you currently experience those response times a lot of the time, right now, today. I really want to emphasise that. In relation to risk and vulnerability, where our response times are longest, we will do prevention and protection activities in a more directed way. If you have a working smoke alarm, close your doors at night, then you're likely to not be trapped in a house fire. So we want to try and counter some of any additional risk with some prevention and protection activities in those areas, because that's really, really important. That's actually important, full stop. Actually, if we get there really quickly and you haven't got a working smoke alarm and don't close your doors at night, actually the chance of us being able to save you is low. So prevention and protection are as important. Really want to emphasise the fact that through this model, by having extra resources between 8 in the morning and 10 at night, it increases our ability to do prevention work by 13.2% in relation to people hours. So we'll be doing more prevention, more protection, and that saves lives.
Thank you. So, Councillor Rolfe, please.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I'm having trouble with my voice at the moment. Can I just ask, first of all, did I hear you say that between the hours of 10 and 8 in the morning, there'll be one fire appliance at Stratford Fire Station? Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So in my logical head here, we have the biggest rural district out of all 5 districts in the county. And it kind of frightens me. I think this is the biggest issue that people are saying to me. And firemen, I've spoken to 2 firemen at Stratford Station, that they're really worried that there is one fire appliance at night in the biggest rural district in the county.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. So, yeah, just want to emphasise this. We try and use the term firefighter just because we've got quite a lot of female firefighters now who are brilliant as well, so we use the term firefighter. In relation to the south of the county, we've heard that. We understand people's concerns. I just want to emphasise the fact that although the positioning is one fire appliance at Stratford, our fire control operators move our fire appliances around the county based on risk on a minute-by-minute basis. So we need to look at the fact we'll have 8 resources at night, 12 in the day. We move them around the county based on risk on an ongoing basis. So if there's an incident in the south, you'll immediately get resources being brought down. We do that today on a day-to-day basis. Again, I want to emphasise at night currently, if we have no on-call availability, which happens, we have 8 fire appliances available today. We've heard the concerns, then we're listening to that and understand that there are concerns about the level of fire cover in the south at night.
Just again, to give you some context, when I went to Stratford Station this morning, Stratford were at Wellesbourne at some flooding, and Gaydon were in the bays with a crew. So that gives a good example of how control move those pieces around the chessboard and put the appliances where they're needed.
So, I have been to this presentation before, and I have, somebody asked you a question. If you had a wish list, would you put one more appliance back in Stratford District?
Thank you. Now, clearly, as your Chief Fire Officer, I've had a wish list. I've put resources heavily across the whole county. We have to work with the resources we've got within the budget we've got, recognising there are competing pressures. But any fire officer, any probably public sector organisation would be asking for more resources. There's a realism here, though.
Right, I've I've got two more questions. First one is from Councillor Hencher-Seraphin.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for coming today. I represent Studley, and some years ago we used to have a retained fire station, and that drastically cut the time of any response. Unfortunately, even though we had 2 consultations, the station was closed. There was that many people who wanted to retain that station. And in my mind, the priority is people's safety, whether it's fire, flooding, accidents, and whatever. And Councillor Rolfe stole a bit of my thunder about your wish list, because I think as a practical man in your job, I would say that you would want more fire engines and more spread evenly more across the district, because response time is very important for people's safety, isn't it? I understand financial restraints, but priorities have to be in place. Prevention is always better, isn't it? Okay, thank you.
So definitely prevention, protection, really, really important. Hence why we're doing some of this, is to get those resources to be able to do that. Just really want to emphasise that people's safety is really, really important. It's what we do. What we do as a fire and rescue service is manage risk within our communities to keep people as safe as we possibly can. We have to do the best we can with the resources we've got. That's what we're here to do. That's what we're trying to do through this, recognising those 4 problems we're trying to solve. They genuinely exist in Warwickshire Fire and Rescue Service. We've got to do something about that, because your fire cover isn't guaranteed. Your response times aren't guaranteed. Our model is not sustainable into the future. We've got to make a change. I'd really like to emphasise again, though, we are listening. We're listening to you. So we want to understand how best to solve this, but we have to operate within the resources we've got.
And yeah, just going on that as well. You're right, Peter. Prevention is better than cure. Prevention, and if we can't get there, we make sure that particularly the vulnerable residents have got the protection as well. Prevention is the key thing. Stop it happening. Close your doors. Switch off your electric appliances. Don't overload. Make sure you go working fire alarm. That is very beneficial. But we've got fire stations that don't go out very, very rarely. And again, it's no criticism of the firefighters. It's just in terms of the availability. You know, we've had incidents that have happened between 2 on-call fire stations, and neither are available to go during the day when we know they are more likely to occur. And that is a national statistic. It's not just something from Warwickshire. And the other thing I want to say is that if we'd got the availability at night, the same availability during the day as we had at night, we wouldn't be having this conversation. And that is the problem. We would, you know, we really value, you know, some do a great job. One of the stations, I was up at Atherstone last night, and Polesworth, their availability at night is 94%. You can't get much better than that. Okay, you can say 6%, but you can't get much better than that. And if that could be replicated during the day throughout all the on-call fire stations, we wouldn't be having this conversation now.
Councillor Wally Hoggins, please.
Yeah, as a resident down in the south, you know, the statistics of 24% is very alarming, and I'm sure it's alarming to you as well. And then the fact that that's been like that for some time is even more alarming, really, because then you factor in that there, but for the grace of God, that's the problem with this. But I do think that listening to all of the offers here that you've had about people being able to work from home, effectively working from a fire station, I do think that there is now the time, particularly with Shipston, which would be the nearest, which would drastically reduce that call out, is to have a really targeted campaign to recruit more fire officers that are able and know all of those things that are there, the fact that on a CV it will look like public service, all of these things need to be emphasised now, and that the ages that people are allowed to be recruited as a retained firefighter. But I do think that the 24-minute call out for the south of the district, the very south of the district, is very alarming, and that in itself should be loud and proud, and let's get as many people coming forward to volunteer and be trained. But I do think that there needs to be more done, you know, because I haven't seen any literature coming through my door saying your service is needed. It just hasn't happened. You know, people can stay there, you know, during the day. I would have thought that post-COVID, now is the time to do that. I know you'll say not, but now that this is right in the public forum, it might be that now is the time to launch that campaign. And thank you for your time and all the work that your officers do. Thank you.
Right. Well, it's only just 11, so I've got a quick question. I'm a councillor for Shipston as well, and I'd like to know, I mean, Morton is a lot closer than Stratford is. Is it a full-time fire station there? And have you got any idea of the response times that would be likely for Shipston and Longcompton and Brailes and places like that from Morton?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. We've worked a lot with Oxfordshire in this space. So like I've said, sorry, Gloucestershire as well. So Morton is on call and not available very often at all either. So Gloucestershire are actually putting one additional whole-time fire engine in place and less on-call is what they're looking to do. So they're taking a very similar approach to what we're doing in that area. But for you specifically, that area of our county and where it borders into the other fire and rescue services, that is a challenging place for us from a recruitment perspective, linked to what you've talked about. We've actually had some independent analysis done on our communities that live within 5 minutes of all of our stations to understand how sustainable an on-call model is. Only 2 of our stations appeared to be in any way sustainable, and they were not in the south of the county. And that was based on the demographics and people being able to live within 5 minutes of the station, and the likely demographics of people being able to be an on-call firefighter.
Right, thanks. You are coming to Shipston on the 5th of March, so it'll be interesting to see what people have to say there. Well, right, so...
and we're also going to Henley, aren't we, Mike? So we're going to Henley. Yeah, we've got lots of consultations. We're going to Southam on the 27th of February, so encourage residents to come to those consultations and listen to things, get the information first-hand, not third-hand, and some unique interpretation of the facts. So let's get people to listen to these things first-hand. And like I say, if we'd got the availability that we have at night, particularly the 90-odd% up at Polesworth throughout the county, if we replicated day and night, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But we've got to be honest with our residents. You know, people see a lovely, shiny fire engine and a nice, neat fire station and think they're safe. But at times, there is not availability from that station. So we are being honest. We're trying to put resources where they are needed. And like Wellesbourne, during the day, they will be guaranteed whole-time appliance from 8 in the morning till 10 o'clock at night. It's the same for Southam as well. So, yeah, we are trying to match them to the need. And going back to the size of Stratford district, size is not necessarily a factor in this. It's where the incidents occur, where they're likely to occur. And so it's a number of factors. It's not just size, it's deprivation, it's the age of the properties, the condition of the properties, mental health. And I think Mr. Brooke has about 17 factors they have to take into account. So it's not as easy as things. We're not just making these things up, it's based on evidence, but we are welcoming people's responses, alternative proposals, and the on-call firefighters in several parts of the county have made meaningful responses, positive responses as well. So that's what we're looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, well, thank you to the fire service, and you've given us lots of useful information, and there are still lots of concerns here, and I think we're all hoping that you come up with some of these innovative solutions to this so that we can all feel a bit happier and easier. But anyway, thank you very much, and thank you to Councillor Crump as well, and I'll hand this chair back over to you.
Excuse me, have we not got questions from the public?
Oh, public participation is next.
So they're not going to leave the 2 far off?
Are you able to? No, oh no, oh, oh, yeah, sorry. Public participation questions have to be admitted in advance. Oh, they were? To the fire service?
They were submitted to Stratford District Council and agreed we could ask in the public participation, which is normally before the councillors.
Bill submitted those questions and asked them on behalf.
Is that, did you, you asked them for?
I am sending questions on behalf of 2 residents, and I think the residents were expected to put those questions or have them heard.
Ah, right.
Okay, so there's a strict procedure for submitting questions from the public. They have to be submitted from the member of the public with their full name and address 2 clear days before. I did receive questions from Councillor Fleming, and you indicated that they were on behalf of residents. We've had that before at the committee, where councillors have submitted questions on behalf of residents. But if they've come from a councillor, then they're treated as councillor questions.
All right, so all right, Mr. Brooks is happy to talk to you, so
But I
thank
wanted it shared with the councillors, but no worries, we'll catch up with
Right.
CFO Brooks outside.
Okay, right,
I'll
thank,
email the councillors.
right, thank you.
Questions have all been shared. Everyone's had them. Bill's asked them. So.
All right, okay.
Do a 5-minute break.
Yeah, yeah. Right, we're going to have a 5-minute break now and hear the response from Orbit to our questions after that. Thank you.
questions by the public. And again, just to reiterate why we're doing it now, we felt that because it related to Orbit, who were coming in at a later time, we thought probably best that they heard the question, not necessarily saying that, hear the question. I'll talk about it when we speak to your point. That way, it'll be fresh in everyone's memory if it's just before the Orbit item on the agenda, rather than having the public participation, having the fire and rescue. We've talked about all sorts of things for nearly an hour, and then we bring Orbit in. So hopefully that makes sense. So if I can call Mr. Rich Cully, I'm just making sure, Rich, I've got your name properly correct. Obviously, with a name like mine, I have all sorts of derivatives, so I do like to try and get it right. So, has he got signed in? Member of the public. Rich Cully.
It's Richard Colley. Yeah, I've already sent in a lot of information to councillors ahead of this. Not had a single response. Yeah, so I'm an Orbit resident myself, and I submitted a couple of questions to Howard, which I'd like to ask. So question 1, despite endless reports of both a criminal and ASB nature to Orbit's tenancy management team, no significant action has been taken at a number of properties on South Green Drive and neighbouring roads, which belong to Orbit, where Class A drugs, namely crack and heroin, are being dealt and have been for some significant time. That's the first question. Okay. What is the total cumulative cost of those earning executive salaries at Orbit, so over 60k, risen from 1.8 million in 2018 to 5.08 million in 2023, and the number of roles have increased twofold from 16 to 31, even though the supply of social housing units is 1%, has increased 1% in that 5-year window.
Right. Has anybody got any questions for Mr. Cully, please? Councillor Rolfe, please. Yeah.
Yes, so I'd like to ask you about your first question and about drug taking and drug dealing. Have you been in touch with the police on this?
Many, many, many times.
And have they been dealing with it? Are they continuing to deal with it? Have they dealt with it? What's the outcome of that? Because
So,
it is a police issue. Drug dealing is a police
It is a police issue, Kate.
But
That's
it's an
correct.
antisocial behaviour problem for Orbit, I know.
But in section 3.9 of the tenancy agreement, use of drugs, use of and dealing of drugs and other antisocial behaviours are an infringement of tenancy and can result in eviction, and in some cases should. The police have taken some significant actions. However, where it seems to have fallen down is the multi-party working, police, Orbit, community safety. Everything's just fallen through the cracks. The police can't manage Orbit's tenants. We pay service charge, which includes tenancy management.
I have a follow-up. So obviously, I assume you have talked to Orbit about this, and have you asked that those people that are dealing in this situation, in drugs, whatever, have you asked Orbit for them to be removed, and have they responded?
Many, many times there has been weekly email contact. I've harassed, harangued, begged Orbit antisocial behaviour officers to contact me, including Nicola Cantas, the head of tenancy management. Information has been submitted weekly, monthly, regularly. I've been in contact, and it's been a game of kiss chase, hiding behind GDPR, Data Protection Act, asking me to give a witness statement 6 months ago and doing nothing about it. This has gone on for 18 months now. 18 months.
One more question. Are you in touch with your local councillor, and is your local councillor helping you?
My local councillor is Councillor Coles, sat behind me, and I've also sent her an awful lot of information, and Councillor Gist, as portfolio holder for community safety. And I've been given, you know, a crib sheet of how to report things, which I know how to do. I already do a significant amount of reporting to both the police and Orbit, sometimes jointly, so they're both aware. I've had no help from Councillor Coles.
Can I just ask a quick question? And it's completely gone. No, it's just come back slightly. Sometimes when you just... yeah, the question relates to, are the tenants that you first reported, are they still there, or have some been removed? Do you know if it's consistent?
They have been there since August 2022. And it's been the same tenant throughout, so it's not a situation where the property has been cuckooed, I don't think. Yeah. So a community protection notice would be difficult to get through legally, because it's not a case where the tenant has gone AWOL from the property, and the property's just being used by all and sundry.
Yeah. Brilliant. Come on, Kate.
Yeah, it's quite important to know this. So, are there other people living where you live being affected by this, and have they put in the same amount of complaints to Orbit, to the local councillor, and to the police?
Councillor, I don't know the answer to that question because I don't speak to all of my neighbours. It's a, without going into specifics, it's a low-level block of 8 flats. The problem flat in question is in the bottom on the corner. It has side path access, which is being regularly used by foot and vehicle visitors, not the main entrance door. And I am in very close proximity to it. Other neighbours on the ground floor or on the first floor, you know, although I've been there for a number of years and they have, I don't always speak to them or have great relationships. We've had the odd word about it, but it doesn't stretch into... I think some of them clearly know what's going on, and like me, they're concerned for their own safety about reporting things, and they're probably just grateful in some cases that they're on the first floor, not on the ground floor.
Well, there is strength in numbers, I'm just saying.
There is, but, you know, communities weren't what they were 40 years ago.
Yeah, I'm saying, so I get your point, that some people are probably reluctant to do it and are probably grateful that you're doing it on their behalf, in effect. Is that?
Just on that point, just briefly. So the truth is I've not shared with other neighbours the extent to which I'm reporting because I've got my own personal safety concerns.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fine. And the second question, obviously you've quoted the figures regarding the executive salaries, and I assume you've gone through their accounts for that period.
I'm not as good as an accountant as you, Andy, but yeah, I've had a look at that.
Brilliant.
It stands out. It's quite significant.
Okay. No, that's fine. And obviously, the two gentlemen to your left are making a note of these questions. And yeah, when we come on to after their presentation, I'm sure something can be facilitated. I think it's probably the best word. I can't think of other words. I can see some nodding, hopefully, where some meaningful conversations can take place. Prompt and swift conversations and actions may be forthcoming. So, thank you for coming. Sorry, no, can I? Yeah. I did get some nods from two gentlemen. and you know, I would be hopeful that would be the case, and I would be taking that on as chair of the committee. And I think that it is important that these concerns are noted. You know, it's disappointing it's taken so long, and it's very brave for you to come and express these concerns at committee, and I do apologise that we've had to move the agenda around, but
that makes sense.
Hopefully it makes sense. So,
yeah.
So thank you for that. I don't think we've got any further questions to you, but feel free to stay as long as you can.
Yeah.
Councillor White-Hoggins, you've indicated I was waffling, so I just gave you enough time to come in.
Thanks. You've also contacted us about the £89 million operating surplus as well, Mr. Cully. Do you want to just explain to us why you want that was relevant to your position, please?
Well, that's just from Orbit's most recent financial statement, which goes up to March 2023. So, you know, the £89 million operating surplus is a profit after the cost of provision of social housing. So that's our rent, our service charges, which is tenancy management, ground care, CCTV, all those things, you know, the occasional rubbish collection or fly tipping. So after all of those things are taken, there's £89 million left.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Rich. That's kind for you to come today. But yeah, obviously you've got my contact details. And yeah, I'm sure we can facilitate something there. But yeah, brilliant. Feel free to sit in back and get yourself a coffee as well. Right then. Thank you. Thank you for that. Move on to item number 8, the Orbit Group. Two esteemed gentlemen sitting opposite me. If you want to introduce yourself, gentlemen, and start your presentation, then Paul. See, it's come up straight away. So how about that? Psychic. So, far away, Paul. Sorry.
Good morning, and thanks for letting us come along this morning. Yeah, my name is Paul Richards, and I'm the Group Director of Customer and Communities for Orbit.
Morning, I'm Tony Clark. I report directly into Paul as the Director of Property Operations. So my remit spans both the reactive side of what we do on the repairs and maintenance for the business, but also the larger investment works, and these days including work streams such as decarbonisation, which some of you may be familiar with in terms of works we've done in the Stratford area. Thank you.
Probably don't need to say too much about that slide because we've already done it. So I was just going to we've only got 8 slides, so we're not going to take you through absolutely everything. And I'm obviously aware that I'm sure there'll be lots of questions. But I just thought I'd just talk a little bit about Orbit. So we are one of the top 20 housing associations in the UK by scale. We have just under 50,000 homes, the majority of which are social homes. Portfolio across the Midlands, across the east, over into Norfolk and Suffolk, and also southeast London and down into Kent and along the south coast as well. So it's as I say, it's a mixed portfolio in the main social rented, but also we have a number of leasehold and shared ownership properties, as well as running those homes. We're a big developer as well, so we are building substantial volumes of new homes as well, specifically social homes. So that's what we're about. We're a not-for-profit organisation, so we do not anything that we make in terms of surpluses from our I&E account is then reinvested into those homes and services. This is not a profit-making organisation. This is a charitable status, and every penny that we get gets reinvested either into new homes or into our existing homes through our capital expenditure programs. We passionately believe in what we do. You know, we recognise that a good quality home that's in good condition, that's affordable to heat and affordable to rent, is actually the lifeblood of life for many people. It makes such a difference if we've got a home. It's a place from which you can obviously live your life. So central to people's well-being and to the community as well. So we passionately believe in that. It's what we're about, and we're not driven by profit. We're driven by that social purpose. We're a social purpose organisation that passionately believes that. Tony's going to talk a little bit about, so that's Orbit overall. Just pass on to Tony now in the next slide, just to talk a little bit about Orbit specifically in the Stratford-on-Avon area.
Great, thank you, Paul. I think this time round we were conscious that there are a number of, I'll say new members, newish. Now it's several months, isn't it, since the election. So we've got some basic information on Orbit, as much as any particular questions you have after the presentation. So within the borough we have 7,000 homes, different tenure types. I remember from the previous Oversight Committee conversation, one or two were concerned about social rent and affordable rent. Just to confirm, out of that 7,000, there are still 6,500 homes on social rent as opposed to affordable rent, so quite a substantial part of what we still have in the area. In the last 10 years, we've developed over 600 new homes, either for rent or low-cost home ownership, which is still an incredibly popular form of tenure for those trying to get onto the property ladder. So we do both rent and low-cost home ownership. 79% of our homes already have an EPC C rating. 21% of course don't, and that's the 21% that we are continually working on to get those homes up to EPC C minimum by the target date of 2030. Compared to others in the sector, and certainly in terms of private homes, we still have colleague organisations down in the 60s, 50s even, of EPCC rating. So as an organisation, I think, and I look at my boss, we're pretty, up front, as it were, ahead of the game compared to some, but not where we ultimately, of course, need to be. In terms of pipeline new build homes, we've got one development that we're hoping to go for planning permission on later this year, which is on Ulster Road, and that would be for 70 affordable rented homes. Subject to planning permission, start on site would be next year with completion in 26-27, and that would be a Homes England funded project. Maintenance, we're currently spending just over £2,000 per property per year, just to keep properties maintained. So there is investment, both reactive and certainly from a plan perspective, going in to those homes. And just on the repair service, which I'm pretty sure is going to be a bone of contention for some around the table, although I think generally we get a lot of what we do right on the repairs service, we know that from a performance perspective and a customer satisfaction perspective, we're not where we would like to be, and certainly I'm sure for some of you involved in some of those complaints, where you would like us to be as well. But we are an organisation nationally, not in Stratford, that is now delivering over 140,000 repairs per year. So it's a very, very significant part of what we do now. Next slide, please. We're going to try and share these, I think. So although this is not part of my brief, this belongs to another director called Charlie Gibbons, who's our Director of Customer Experience. But we thought it would be helpful to take members through some of the more sort of social value-based work that we do. So we have a programme at Orbit called Better Days, and we fund the programme roughly to the tune of £3 million per year. And some of that does come from the operating surplus that the gentleman beforehand was talking about. But in total, with other contributions from other players, we're probably spending in the area, or rather across the full programme, £6 million a year on social value type activities. So we're doing a lot of work at the moment around cost, affordability, action on energy, the things that at the moment are really, really affecting our customers at a very basic level. In terms of general activities that we've delivered, year to date, we've done 43 Better Days local engagement events in the Stratford area. In 22-23, we delivered interventions to 826 customers. Year to date, we've had 545 customer interventions, and we always survey those customers once they've gone through the programme, whether it's about monetary help, whether it's about mental health, health conditions, or return to work. And at the moment, the satisfaction rate for that programme is running at 97%. We're involved in the Fred Winter Centre, some of you will know, in terms of regular drop-ins and Better Days events. And I think we're quite a contributor these days to the Stratford Food Bank. So we're not just about building homes and repairing homes. There's a lot of work goes on through other parts of Paul's directorate that is about, social value and the things that really mean, important things to many of your constituents and our customers. Paul?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, next slide, please. So, yeah, I mean, we're obviously sometimes accused of being a little bit faceless as an organisation, we do take that very seriously. We do have a really very active approach to how we engage our customers. So I'm delighted one of our Stratford residents is actually a board member for Orbit. So we have a board which comprises 4 residents and 4 non-execs, we have a very strong voice of residents from Stratford on our boards. We also have a very sophisticated approach around customer engagement, again chaired by a resident of this area, and we have a number of groups that are there very much to help us to make sure we're doing the right things, so listening to our customers, understanding our customer voice, and then making sure that we are improving the services in the way that customers would expect. We are doing a lot as well to diversify that voice. We're very conscious of making sure that we're listening to all groups of our customers, and that includes some LGBTQ plus groups, disability groups. We also have got a Young Voices group as well, and we'll continue to expand that activity. So, we do really listen, and as a result of that, we do change policy on a national level, and they've helped us recently to undertake fairly substantial changes to our repairs processes and to our antisocial behaviour processes and all of those sorts of issues. But also it results in local change as well, and there's just 3 examples there of the sorts of stuff that, through listening to customers that we've been able to undertake change at Woodman Court and also a bin store at Williams Green. So yeah, there is a lot of activity that happens, again, very often unsung, unknown about by many people, but it does happen, and we're very committed to that. If I can just have the next slide, please. The other thing that we've been very, very keen to push, and we've taken a leading national role on this, and we've been delighted to work with Stratford District Council on applications to the Social Housing Demonstrator Fund to actually decarbonise some of our homes. So we've submitted a number of bids through various waves of this programme. That's resulted in retrofit of 135 of our homes already, and we have a lot more in the pipeline as well that we plan to do. This is about, first of all, getting them to as a minimum EPCC, but also making them net zero carbon ready, so that as and when we can come up to the decarbonisation of the grid, etc., we're putting ourselves in a very strong position in that respect. It's not on the slide as well, but I'd also point out to our 30 by 30 strategy, which is where we're committed to creating 30% of our green spaces to enable nature's recovery by 2030, and we're actively engaged in a variety of schemes across our portfolio to make our green spaces much more suited for nature's recovery. So very proud of the work we've done in that space, and we're very, very appreciative of the support and partnership that we've had with the council in that respect. And that was it. As I say, I'm happy to take lots of questions, because I'm sure there will be lots of questions about how we run things, how we're doing, how we're performing in certain areas. But I thought it was just helpful, like I say, to position Orbit as not just the people who might fill your case load up, but we're also doing a lot of other things across the community to improve the lives of residents living in Stratford.
Councillor Rolfe, you can open the button, please, then Councillor Alcott.
Thank you, and thank you, Paul. Thank you, Tony. First of all, I want to do a big thank you to you. I am currently the Mayor of Stratford-on-Avon, and one of my charities is the Food Bank, and I attend all their food drives, and it's really good to see that every food drive I attend, members of your staff are there. And I think, from what I hear from people, your community engagement is excellent. So I want to thank you for that. But my second question really to you is that I sit on the task and finish group looking at complaints in social housing. And I think it's fair to say that apart from mould and damp, which we won't go into, I'm not going to go into, the biggest issue that we have is antisocial behaviour. And it seems to be, and obviously it doesn't surprise you either, that antisocial behaviour is on the up. It's on the up, it's on the up, it's on the up. And there doesn't seem to be any kind of solutions to it. So we look to you as a social housing provider to see to see what you can do about it practically, because clearly the person that asked questions before us has asked about various things. He's been to the police, he's been to this, he's done that. I remember when I first became a councillor in 2008, I had a huge antisocial behaviour issue. I won't say where, but it was huge. And I can remember somebody from your department saying to me, we have a kind of 3 strikes and you're out issue. Warning, and then come on guys. That doesn't seem to be happening now. And I think what we as councillors would like, and I think what many residents would like, is for you to be, in a way, more proactive in how you deal with the antisocial behaviour problems, which, include, not just antisocial behaviour, but it does includes drugs, it includes all sorts of issues. But it's all I ever hear about, and I think, to be fair on all the councillors around this table, it's probably what all they hear about is antisocial behaviour. I feel I just need you. I think we would want you to be stronger and more robust on how you deal with it, because I think it would help. Thank you.
Okay, I'm very happy to obviously take that feedback on board. I mean, we have strengthened the team, so we have a dedicated team that deals with this. It's not an easy thing to deal with. You have to obviously follow various protocols. We have a new antisocial behaviour policy that we've introduced recently to try and tighten some of how we can do things. So we're very aware of that. We are absolutely not able to solve all these issues on our own, though. So what we do, I was listening to the question, and obviously the comment on, the need for multi-agency action is often very important. We have the right to withdraw a tenancy. But even that's not our decision. Ultimately, that's a decision for a judge, and they will only make that decision provided you have followed due protocols and you have the required evidence, etc., etc. So it's an incredibly complicated area. As I said, we are committed to being proactive, to resourcing this appropriately, and to putting in place the new policy. We are, as I said, very mindful of our role. But it's also, as I said, I think it has to be a multi-agency approach, which is actually going to be required. So I'm happy to work with Stratford District Council, especially both in terms of specific issues and the police as well on specific issues, but also maybe sit down and work out how we could combine better to solve this as a more general point.
Can I just so Paul, would it be okay if you sent out your policy? You said a new policy on antisocial behaviour to us as councillors, because and are you happy to invite kind of feedback on that policy? I'm just saying that there might be some useful feedback from us to help you, because I think we are dealing with it from a different perspective, and it's I feel we need to work together on this.
No, I'm more than happy to do that, and as I said, I'm more than happy to sit in a room and talk about how we might work better, because this is never one agency's problem. Very rarely is it one agency's problem.
Really
the other thing we do struggle with data protection sometimes, so we're often doing a lot, but we can't share it because of data protection issues as well. So there is that side of things as well.
You're obviously reading my notes from there, because that was a couple of things I was going to talk about. Obviously, I think the ASP protocols, procedures, how is it sent out from the website? So I think we might have that, but again, we'll make sure we've got the up-to-date one. And I appreciate lots of things that are really complex and can't be exactly the same for various different reasons. One of the things I was going to talk about was communication with the complainants. And one of my issues regarding other parts of Orbit's performance is hiding behind GDPR. And all of a sudden you mentioned that word. So I think there should be some form of leeway. Whilst things are understandably confidential, people are innocent until proven guilty, etc., etc. I fully endorse those values. I think there's opportunity to be more pragmatic, to give some communication to say, yes, we are noting your concerns. You may not see anything tangible, you may not have heard anything for a while, but things are going on behind the scenes that we can't tell you about. And I think something like that would help, because if people just don't see anything and they don't know, and they can't be expected to know if nobody tells them. So I think there's some form of pragmatism could be used in that way. But understanding I've got community safety at the county, so I do know the practicalities behind confidentiality and etc.
I'm happy to take that away and consider, see what we can do maybe in terms of sharing more, although we have to make sure we stay within the regulations. I have to say as well, many cases there are often two sides to the story as well.
Yep, no, that's a fair
point.
Many
cases, and often we find that many of the people who are accused of being the perpetrator often have their own issues as well. So we have to often balance, the sort of the relative issues, if you like, of both the perpetrator and the accuser, and sometimes it's quite difficult to know who's in the right and who's in the wrong, because these are often complex situations. So absolutely, where we can share, we will. I have to say, you're absolutely right. This is on the rise, and we had 500 cases last year. I think we will go higher than that this year. And I have to say, the level of abuse that my staff have to cope with as well is increasing all the time as well. The level of respect is dropping in society, and I think this is all part of this heady mix that now creates workload for us all. So, again, we're happy to play our part in that, but we also have to ask people in the community to actually respect our teams as well, because that is unacceptable, the level of threats and violence and abuse that our teams are having to cope with now as well. So I wanted to make that point as well. The ASB is a two-way thing.
No, you're right. It is totally unacceptable. And sometimes when you go into cases, go into properties, you uncover something really complex, cuckooing, serious organised crime, etc. So I fully understand. I've got Councillor Orcock, I've got Councillor Wally-Hoggins, then Councillor Johnston, please.
Thank you. I do have several points to raise. I'll go through you, Chair, and whether you wish me to split it. Firstly, on the slides that you just showed, you mentioned the community builder that was being jointly funded between District Council, Town Council and yourselves, but the funding from yourselves has now been cut for the community builder, which, for the work this person has done in the areas that desperately needed that one person to come in, it's a real shame, and I really hope we can find the additional funding, because that person, Rachel Knight, I will say her name because what she has done, quite honestly, is work miracles for the people who fall through the cracks, from not just from Orbit, but from council and all agencies, and she has found them and helped them. Incredible work she has done, and I really would like you to look and reconsider that, especially if you're going to use it as a point to promote how good you are in the community. Just saying. Before I come on to the casework, 4 years ago we were sat here, and 4 years ago I was raising pretty much the same things I'm going to raise again today. We had the dedicated MP and councillor email address for councillors to be able to report issues to. Over the past few years, that's gone from having an answer within 2 to 3 days, now I'm waiting 10 to 14, which, unless I CC in yourself, Paul. And then, surprisingly enough, I get one quite quickly. but I still have to wait a lot, and I don't usually get an answer on the first reply. I still have to follow and chase. So that's one thing I wanted to raise. Can I just ask, what is your policy when a fixed term tenancy is coming to an end? In regards to reviewing and then offering a either life tenancy or again?
Yeah, Paul may correct me. Again, it's not my particular area of Paul's team, but we took the decision corporately probably 18 months ago now to not continue with fixed term tenancies. So unless there is a major problem at the end of what typically would be the FTT period, they will transfer to lifetime tenancies.
Okay, through you, Chair, thank you for that. I just wanted that clarified in my head. So on to the casework. I have sent this through, and it was quite interesting to me that people were saying, yes, mention the casework, mention what you're doing, but please do not mention my name and address, because they'll kick me out. I didn't just get that from one. I've had that from all the, I think I put in 4 or 5 pieces of casework, and all but one said that, and the one who didn't, who said, no, go for it, Vic, is because they don't know what else to do. So, 84-year-old woman living in her living room on a hospital bed because she cannot access any other room in her property due to the amount of black mould. This has been going on now for over 12 months. Orbit have been out. They wiped the mould away. Within days, it's back again. There were photos I attached. I didn't know if that was passed on to you. This has now gone from not just being on walls. This is in her wardrobe, over her chest of drawers. And last night I had the photos sent through of there's now black mould spores all covering the inside of her oven. Last Wednesday I was at this property and William, one of your members of your team, came round. I was asked to go round to give her some support with her family. And a member of your team, William, came round and said, yeah, okay, it's got beyond anything we can fix. What we're going to have to do is decant you to another property while we can get in and either find the level of where the mould's coming from or look at how it's got to be treated in a deep way. This lady's 84 years old. Her daughter, who is her carer, lives 300 yards away. So the question that was asked while I was there was, where are you going to move this lady to? I went, do not mention the word home, terrifies her. I said, it'll be a bed and breakfast or a hotel. There's nothing nearby. She needs ground floor. She also has a cat. Her cat's her only company during the day. William said, no, we will work with you, we'll work with the council to find something that will work. Yesterday, this resident had a phone call from Orbit saying, we're moving you in 2 weeks to either a hotel or a B&B, but we're not sure where yet, but you need to be prepared to move. Just sent her into such a panic of this. Where's the communication? I was sat there when William was saying this. He knows I'm a councillor. I've heard nothing more from him. Just the residents' family who are so worried. Now, they have come to Orbit themselves and have said, look, you can't just move her out to anywhere. She's 84. It will kill her. Would you help the family transfer their garage into a bedroom? They've got a downstairs bathroom that can be accessed by her. Give her her family there. It's a big garage. It is suitable to have it converted into a bedroom. And for what you could end up paying out in hotel fees, in bed and breakfast fees, in carer fees, this is a solution for this lady. I have got all the name and address details, which I'm happy to give to you. Will do. I really, really want to push to have this garage converted. This woman has put up with enough. And that mould in that situation, I'd actually strongly recommend that all the properties that are all linked in this bungalow area needs to be looked at, because the state of it is not an isolated incident. So I would hope that you would look into this with a massive degree of urgency, because this cannot be allowed to go on. And it is something I have raised many times with Orbit. And unfortunately, the responses I get back are, oh, we're looking into it. 12 months I've been reporting it. I could continue, Chair, if you're happy for me to.
Can I bring somebody else in? I think what you've just described isn't acceptable.
No,
Totally
it isn't.
unacceptable. And it's given an example of flavour of what residents are feeling, particularly around damp and mould, particularly around communication, particularly about vulnerability, etc. Lots of issues, and I think we're getting a flavour, and I think we can all come up with a flavour. So, obviously, we've got a long meeting today. If people...
Would you want us to respond, or do you want... Because there's 3 questions there.
Yeah, just to the point, if you can respond a bit. Just for members, if they do raise some issues, can we be as concise as possible without curtailing the detail? If we're all on a general theme, can you just add on to that general theme? So I've got an example, and in addition to this, the problems, there are other problems relating to that. So we have a whole list of things. So that would be helpful. And then we could have a list of themes: communication, lack of response, hiding behind GDPR, etc., etc. So we'll get a flavour. So I don't want to curtail people's enthusiasm, because I can fully endorse their enthusiasm, but I'm just mindful that we're not repeating the same thing. I want to make sure we cover enough areas as well. So I do apologise if I'm coming across slightly cantankerous here. It's done for the best reason. So, Paul, do you want to come back with those answers briefly, and then...
Yeah, I think we answered the fixed-term tenancy one. So there's 2. I'll pick up the MP and councillor one, and then Tony can pick up the damp and mould one. The MP councillor email line. I'm going to say the response hasn't been quick enough. It was set up, obviously, specifically to support councillors. The workload has really, really increased in this space, and a lot of it is actually damp and mould driven. Actually, the level of inquiries with the highlight following the sad death of our Ishel last year has really sort of increased the amount, the awareness of customers of damp and mould. It really has pushed the volume through, and general repairs as well are about 20% up in terms of people's request of us to repair things. So that has knocked through in terms of our call handling capability, as well as in our complaint handling capability. And we've, like a lot of organisations as well, resourcing has been challenging. Post-COVID, we've never really fully established the recovery that we wanted to in terms of our resourcing numbers. We are winning. We are getting there now. We're just restructuring the whole complaints team. That is a process that's active at the moment to restructure, put some new management in there, and to increase the resourcing. So I would like to think in the next 3 to 6 months we will start to see that return to where I promised you. We set it up. We were one of the people who I think who sort of was behind us setting up in the first place. But as I said, we have struggled with volume and resourcing, and that's not good enough, but it is the reality. And you have my commitment that we're focused on trying to improve that as we go forward. And we've already actually changed. I know there was a response about, just as not even a response that comes back. I think that's been changed already, just because it was the right thing to do. So that's where we are with complaints. Do you want to pick up damp and mould?
Yeah, thanks, Paul. The situation that you describe is not acceptable. I'm not going to sit here and try and defend what you've kind of brought to our attention. But what I do want to do is to explain to you in the last 12 months the journey that we've been on to be better at the management of damp and mould specifically, and then the case particularly. I'm more than happy after the meeting to have a further conversation with you. So we were already starting to develop policies and procedures around damp and mould on the back of the Housing Ombudsman's Spotlight report in late 2021. So 2022, we were developing management practice policy procedure, And then, as Paul's explained, there was the sad passing of the little boy in Rochdale, which was announced in late 2022. And at that point, for a lot of landlords, be them local authorities, be them housing associations, the floodgates opened. The numbers that we've been dealing with in terms of reports from residents and communities has been at times almost overwhelming. So in the last 12 months, we've seen off over 5,000, and these are national stats for my business, not just in the Stratford area. So we've seen off over 5,000 property inspections, and we've delivered over 8,500 works specifically to do with damp and mould. We thought that second winter, which is the winter we're in, might see numbers drop off given the work that we'd done in the previous 12 months. But even now, December, we saw a further 600 requests for inspection, and January, 700 requests for inspection. So the volumes coming in are challenging to manage. Now, of course, they're not all going to be serious cases. Some will be quite minor. So we've developed a protocol where we have a priority system. If we determine a property to be a priority 1 or 2, and in this instance, I would suggest this would be a 1 or 2, we would do 2 things. First of all, we would try and get into the property within 7 days and complete a mould treatment to remove the immediate health hazard. And then, depending upon the complexity of the building itself, we also have the retained services of a pretty well-known building pathologist now working in our sector who will come in and diagnose what's going on with that problem. So there's a lot going on that front, and a lot that has been done. But again, we're not capturing every case as quickly as we would like. I'm sure comms is still an issue in certain circumstances, but I will take the case offline with you if that's okay and have a look into it as quickly as I can for you.
Right, I'll bring Councillor Wally Hoggins in now, please.
Thank you. I'm the chair of the task and finish group to do with housing. Can I just make something really clear, that the email address that's been set up is not to support our councillors particularly. It's actually a backstop position for us when you fail to sort something out for a resident, really, that is of such gravity that we need to contact you and need remedial action to be taken. And to follow on from that, can I just say that when I look at, your completion figures for targets for repairs in Stratford for emergencies is 80.6%, and for non-emergencies is 81.2%. So pretty much about the same, give or take 1%. So therefore, what I would like to know is, what are you going to do? Because that's quite a low figure, really. That's 20. You're failing to meet 20% of repairs. That's 1 in 5. Forgive me if my maths isn't quite what it should be, but I think that's pretty much it. What are you going to do over the next year in order to ensure that you're hitting those targets and much closer to 100%, please? You also note that you're not taking you don't keep a record of the times that our housing team have to get in touch, because one of the get in touch with you, we've asked a particular question is, you say that your system does not presently capture how many times actual Stratford district officers get in touch with you about repairs, but you'd be glad to know that we keep a record of how many times we do. And one of the things that we're exploring is what we're going to do about the cost to this organisation of having to liaise with you to get on and do your job. I'm sure that won't come as so much of a surprise. And please, could you clarify 2 more matters for me? Are Orbit in the business of threatening residents with eviction for complaining about repairs that aren't done? And the £6 million on social value projects, is that £6 million spent across the organisation, or is it just in Stratford? And whereabouts do I find out where this money is being spent, and if it's being spent proportionately in the rural areas where there are still a lot of pockets of this, because there has to be some fairness and equanimity of, can't get the words out today, I'm not even going to, equanimity as to where this funding is going for all of our residents, because some of our residents in the rural areas are very, very isolated. Thank you.
I'll give you time to just process those. So if you ever want to come in first.
Yeah, if I let Tony pick up all of the repairs side of things. Yeah, I mean, the inbox, you're right to say that that is almost like a last resort.
Yeah.
So the work I described, that we're currently restructuring the team and improving the resource, is for the total complaints area. Because actually, if we got it right first time with our customers, then they wouldn't need to come to you. So that is already being worked on, if you like, to improve that response, to make sure that they don't need to escalate it. I have to say there is a lot of evidence where people don't even contact us and they do come straight to you, which I think would be helpful to to make sure that you are making sure they have gone through to contact us in the first place. We do see quite a lot of that where people will automatically just come straight to a counsellor or go straight to another resource. So I just encourage everybody to get in touch and report it. As I said, we are taking that on board. I'll let Tony pick up the point around the emergencies and the repair side of it. Just to reiterate, we would never evict a customer who had complained. That is not a policy. It's not something we would ever entertain. In actual fact, our work is very much about reducing evictions, and we're very much. And I have to say, on the Better Days programme, we have actually refocused that programme to be more directed to individuals, again, with residents under so much pressure individually with their finances. I have to say we have withdrawn funding from areas such as the community builder at the moment, because actually we feel it's more right that we actually fund specific individuals and helping individuals, and we have programs there to help them. So a lot of our money is now really being targeted more into the helping individuals. That's 6 million. Sorry, that just to clarify, the 6 million as well is across all of the portfolio, but that's only on our Better Days programme. What that doesn't include is all the work we do to support our residents. We have tenancy coaches who are there to help customers to be able to sustain their tenancy. We have a whole raft of other support as well that's funded on top of that figure. And as I said, it really has been targeted to support individuals at the moment, simply because of the cost of living crisis that everybody's enduring.
So how much of that £6 million is spent in the Stratford district, please?
It'll be a proportion. I'd have to give you a
I would
precise
like that.
number. It will be a proportionate number, because as I say, it is more now about the support that individuals get, and that is irrespective of where they live.
It was on the slide, really, and I would like to know, because we are the biggest. I believe we're the biggest.
Yep.
We are. You own the most housing. The housing stock in Stratford is your biggest proportion. So I'd like to know how the £6 million is proportioned out, please. If you could report back to the committee on that, that would be useful. Thank you.
Yeah. Tony, do you want to pick up on the repair side?
Okay, so on repairs, so I think the question was what are we doing in the next 12 months? Probably worth explaining what we've been doing in the previous 12 months, though. So July 2022, I took a business case to one of our investment portfolios for £1.5 million worth of investment in overhauling our repairs service. We absolutely acknowledge, and although we do, as I say, hundreds of thousands of repairs, and we probably get most of those right, but when we don't get it right, which is what ends up in your case files, we get it horribly wrong at times, and that's the thing that we know we've got to fix. So a lot of that investment has gone into sorting out, if you like, the front end of the process. So we are, we've completely rewritten all of the scripts, the diagnostics that the contact centre uses when those calls first come in. And we've spent an awful lot of money overhauling the IT system that supports the repairs process, which is due to go live on the 18th of March this year. So that's a lot about process and systems, because the old arrangements were pretty clunky. We lacked visibility to do some of the things that I think you're talking about. We've also rewritten our repairs policy, which we will launch at the point at which we will roll out the IT changes. What we've also done, and it ties back to the damp and mould work, is we've taken on an extra 15 members of staff in the last 6 months to create a new complex case management repairs service. So we're now trying to manage sort of basic repairs as a machine, it just happens and it happens well. And then the complex things, probably some of the things that come across your desks, we will manage through a very different complex case arrangement. In terms of performance at the moment, non-responsive repairs, non-urgent repairs, we are at around the 80% mark. I do need to look at the emergency repairs because I had a conversation with colleagues this week, and I think what we're doing is we're leaving a works order open even though we've dealt with the immediate issue. So if you take classically a broken window, the emergency ticket should really be for boarding up the window. So you board the window, you close it down, and then you come back to reglaze. I think some of my teams are keeping those tickets open, which is depressing the performance figure. But I do need to look into that in more detail. We're also sending a lot of stuff through what was intended to be the repairs, the basic repairs pipe that is now very complex and costly works. And again, that is playing about with these percentage numbers. And that's partly because we are getting into more homes to look at damp and mould. Some of the works that we're having to do on damp and mould are incredibly costly. In the last 12 months alone, we've spent just over £3.5 million just on damp mould remediation specifically, and then obviously the other building defects that we have besides. So I am trying to look at a way to separate out what should be a basic repair from a quite complex repair, which will, as I say, that will affect the way that the percentages work. And the other piece of work that we're going to be doing in the next 12 months is what we call currently high-use homes. So when we budget for repairs, which is sort of fairly typical to the sector, it's normally 3 repairs per home per year is how you build your budget. But we've got homes with 10, 20, 30 repairs year to date on them. And so what we're going to try and do is take those addresses, turn them into a more planned programme, get behind the front door, see what's going on, and rather than try and address those things individually, is actually put a programme in place to see those things off, once and for all. I'd met with Annette Homer yesterday just to run through a few things, and I did offer her the opportunity, if anybody, including around this table, would want to take it up, to come and meet with me, to come and meet with my team. We can take you through how the process behind the scenes works, so that there's a joint understanding, not just of the problems that we have, but also some of the initiatives that we're putting in place as well. So that offer is on the table if anybody wants to take it up.
Tony also hasn't mentioned as well that we've been working substantially with our contractors as well. So we're in a process both of managing our existing contractors more tightly and setting new performance criteria. But we're also actively, we've recruited a substantial new procurement contract management team to both help us to contract manage better, but also to then to re-procure. So we will be putting in place new contracts in key areas, and the next one that we're looking at is heating as well. So that's going to flow through this year. We're already just about to launch a new estate services framework, which will go live in the spring, and then we'll look at gas, and then we will be moving through all of our contractors as well over the next 2 to 3 years to put in place the sort of relationships we need. Again, COVID has really impacted us heavily. I know it's a long while ago, but it did impact our supply chains quite substantially. We did have to extend a number of contracts that we would have normally refreshed sort of 3 or 4 years ago, but we had to simply extend simply to maintain supply for the short term. But as I said, we are now in a process of improving the performance of our contractors and readjusting the supply chains as well. But these are big meaty projects that take a while to come through.
Thank you for that. Just going back to the broken window, Tony mentioned earlier that sometimes, I would say it might be a pain, but that's probably not the right word. Sometimes that can be genuine reasons why the windows are broken. We've all done silly things. But are they investigated? Because sometimes a brick through a window can be quite intimidating. So I know that you can't do this in all the cases, but I just wondered whether that is investigated, or does it depend on feedback from the resident?
It's an interesting question, Chair. Many landlords in the sector, and I've been in the sector a long time now, used to have quite active recharge policy, particularly in terms of customer damage to homes or customer neglect to homes. But the likelihood of ever being able to get back income from the damage was so remote because of people's affordability issues that it was almost costing landlords more to run a process to get nothing back. So whilst we do look into cases such as that, what we don't now have, and I am looking at reintroducing it, but maybe calling it something different, we don't have an active recharges policy. So when we raise a repair that we think is either neglect and or damage, we do put it on a separate code. So what I do know from that is that in the last 11 months, 12 months nearly, we probably spent nearly £600,000 across all of my regions on tenant damage stroke neglect, as it were. But we don't actively then pursue that particular issue financially.
Thank you. Right, I've got 4 more speakers. Oh, 5 now. Councillor Johnston, you're next, please.
My question partly relates to Mr. Cullen's second question. Can you briefly describe the legal status of Orbit Housing Group? Are you essentially charitable and you can retain your surplus, or do you have to pay any shareholders or links with any PLC at all? And the second, I think, is a general question about your customer service centre. One of our problems, which we've all found, is finding someone in Orbit to take responsibility for dealing with the issue. How confident are you of the performance of your customer service centre? And if I can make a vaguely critical comment, isn't it to a degree the need to have an MPs and councillors dedicated helpline a sign that the rest of the system isn't working very well?
Yeah, I mean, just to be very clear, I said it earlier on. We are a charity. We are not for profit. There is no shareholder at all in any element of the structure. We're a registered provider. We're regulated by the social housing provider, by the social housing regulator. So I can give absolute assurance that every penny that we sort of collect through rent is either used to cover our day-to-day expenditure or is then reinvested into both the existing homes and into building new homes, and obviously some of the services such as the better day support. So I can categorically state that is the legal status of Orbit. In terms of the CSC, yeah, again, I'm not going to sit here and hide that this hasn't been an area of challenge for us. We have had again sort of resourcing issues and volume issues. As I say, the DMC volume issue, the repair issue has really ramped up the volume of calls. That obviously creates more complaints and it clogs the system up at a time when we've also found, finding and keeping good staff is a real challenge, as I know a lot of customer service organisations have had as well. I think we're winning the battle. We've managed to get our turnover down massively, and we've restructured the call centre in the last 12 months. We've increased the skills and the training that goes in there. And that was beginning to show through in our performance. So where we accept that our time to answer the phone is not adequate at the moment. We were beginning to win the war, and then our telephony system has decided to let us down over the last 3 months, and we've been having a lot of technology problems. We are in the process of starting to look at how we would swap that out and move to a different provider there. But it is a constant focus for us to make sure that we are answering the phone quickly enough, because we do understand that for many people is a really, really key part of our service. And you're absolutely right. If we did that, then the demands for the MP and councillor line would, of course, fall. So, yeah, we're very committed to that. We're making, as I say, some good headway, but it's not without its challenges that are probably reflected elsewhere in the sector.
Councillor Littlewood, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, my questions really relate to repairs and how they are managed and followed up, really. I've got 3 incidents, and just before Christmas, Paul, I had the pleasure of disturbing your family outing at 9:30 in the evening with two ladies who had in the middle of the very cold cold spell, had their heating system failed. It's air source heating, and they were obsolete. And you did react very positively, and they were very grateful for it. My question isn't about that, because what the real root cause of that was whoever manages the repairs and sending out the engineers sent out an incompetent or uncertified engineer who couldn't do the work, and that delayed the process of getting heating into these houses by a further 4 days. Yes, right. So that's the one. Another instance, a trivial instance in another village in my ward, where a gentleman had the water system was leaking in his house, and he was told that nobody could come out for 10 days, which seems a bit surprising as we've got water ingress. But then, miraculously, that same afternoon, an engineer turned up on his doorstep and said, "I'm here to fix your water." He had a look at it and he fixed it by turning off the mains, and then went away. A second one, which was perhaps a little more unfortunate, was a lady who was disabled and had installed an accessible wet room, given means of showering, and unfortunately there was a problem with it. I assume it was a leak of some sort, and repeated calls to your call centre didn't get any response. Eventually, after about 3 months of being without a shower, in fact, the gentleman, the lady's husband's employer, got me involved, and we got a response very quickly. So, I don't believe that anybody in your organisation wants to do a bad job. I really don't. What we've got here is lack of follow-up, and I have to say that's a management issue. And I'm sure this is to do with your contractors rather than yourselves, but somebody has to hold them to account. And you mentioned that you're looking at contracts again. I think there has to be penalties put in this, because leaving a disabled lady for 3 months without a means of showering, leaving a gentleman in his property on his own without water, verging on the criminal. And there could have been a problem, more serious problem, with two elderly ladies in bungalows next to each other with lack of heating in a very cold spell. When I did get contact, and you had somebody contact me and follow up, but I got an interesting call saying from the lady, and I'm sorry, I've got the name somewhere, but I haven't got it with me, who said, "I'm having difficulty contacting one of the ladies. I keep on ringing and nobody answers. Is she there?" And I said, "Well, she won't answer the telephone because she's profoundly deaf." I would have thought you knew what the equipments were in those buildings, and whether or not a certain engineer should have gone out to them in the first place. But it seems to me it's just not tied up. You're not. What are you going to do about that? Are your plannings for the future going to look after all of these things?
Thank you for the question. So just to deal with the issue of in hours and out of hours, because that may also be unknown to some around the table. So our contact centre, if I want a better phrase, operates from 8 o'clock in the morning till 6 o'clock at night. Or is it 8 o'clock at night? 8 o'clock, I think it is. But then 8 o'clock and beyond, and at the weekend, it's a third-party out-of-hours service. It is not a service that's staffed by Orbit staff. We commission a third party to provide that out-of-hours service for us. And we've had some issues over the years with this particular service, bearing in mind it's not Orbit staff, so it's only relying upon the intelligence that will sit on a laptop or a computer. This year, we are going out to market for a new out-of-hours service. We're still not going to have our own 24/7 centre. I don't think that's on the cards unless Paul tells me otherwise. But we are going to put that particular service out to market. And I think the fact that it's a new contract with new requirements and potentially, I think your point around incentivisation or penalisation, however you look at it, will definitely be part of that new arrangement. So that's just to clarify the in and the out of hours arrangement. In terms of responding to emergencies such as those that you've described, our policy is quite clear. It's either 4 hours or 24 hours, depending upon the type of emergency. And then classically, you would follow up within 28 days. The average turnaround time at the moment for a routine repair is around 14 days. But coming back to your colleague's question around the 80%, what we're also now doing is we're introducing a 90-day priority target for the more complex jobs that simply cannot be done within a 28-day period. But I think your line of inquiry is very much around emergencies. And they should be 4 or 24 hours to make safe, not necessarily to fully fix, but certainly to make safe. And what we are doing more of these days, although again, I know Councillor Alcott questioned the sort of the decants policy. If it can't be fixed quickly and we are in a situation where we have a vulnerable individual without heating or without water, we will have a conversation with them about can we put you somewhere else for the short term, whether it's a hotel, whether it's an Airbnb. So that has very much crept into our general practice. In terms of the journey, I think you're right. I think that's what we've been trying to fix. That's what the money is invested in. So as I said, we talked about call scripting, diagnostics, getting the right information through to the contractor right first time. More often than not, the emergency side of things works well. I think the point you're making around the follow-on is where we've got to be better, and that is the investment that we're making and the journey that we're on to make that better, including with additional measures within the contracts that we have with Fortum.
Right, thank you. Well, that sounds reassuring, but I don't see how a central centre for that you're talking about can deal with the local communities. A lot of the people certainly in the rural areas don't know where to contact. The communication isn't there. I think some organisations, and perhaps even your own, historically, have had regional managers who know their stock, know their people, and can react a lot more efficiently, and probably will be able to do the follow-up necessary to make sure that if a contractor comes in, knocks on the door, and then goes away because he didn't quite get a response in the first 30 seconds because the person that inside the house is perhaps has difficulty walking, and then said we came and we did it and that's it, end of, and it disappears. I think, I don't want to be harsh, but I really think there's a lot more to this than you're accepting from us, and I don't know whether what the reports that come to us and to myself are exaggerated, and possibly some of them are. I accept that, but I don't think that the scale of the problem is being addressed properly from my point of view and my viewpoint. And I don't expect you to answer that in detail.
Well, I'd like to. I mean, I think, with Tony's talking about repair, the repairs process itself, but I think we are also, very minded of the increased expectation that, is being placed on all housing associations and all sort of providers of social housing. So, that's not the extent of what we're planning to do going forward. We're currently undertaking some substantial sort of overall journey mapping, looking at the customer experience in its entirety, and that includes looking at how we can maybe more locally responsive. So, but that's a much bigger piece of work. What we're talking about here is stuff that we have to do immediately to improve our services, to re-procure some of those contracts. So, as I say, some of those contracts, so the example you and I spoke about, where we had, an air source heat pump. The reality is the contractor these are new technologies that have come about almost since we put that contract into place. So we have to, we're going to have to refresh that arrangement. So those are very much what Tony's talking about there in that end-to-end journey, but there's also an intent more broadly to look at how we're set up. Are we local enough? Are we sort of really, truly responsive? And that is a programme that's literally just kicking off. We've just had the first sort of review of that end-to-end service. That's a substantial piece of work, as you'd expect me to say. And but it's not lost on us the need to consider that sort of more broad uplift into how we do things.
Thank you. Right, I'm hoping to bring this to a close by 12:45. I've got Councillor Hampshire-Seraphim, Councillor Passingham, and bring it to a close will be Councillor Alcott, and then I will just have a brief summary. So if we can be concise with our questions, would be great. And we've got about 9 or 10 minutes, so thank you very much. Peter, I'm sure you will.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you both for coming in today. I've got quite a few Orbit residents in my ward, and the first one I had to deal with was a front door that couldn't be shut or locked. Now, following on from Councillor Littlewood's reference to incompetent contractors, where he had 2 contractors come out and couldn't fix the problem. So this disabled lady could not shut or lock her front door. So as being in the trade many years previous, I couldn't leave her on the evening. I went back, I managed to take some locks off, and I managed that she could shut the door and lock the middle lock. Then I will praise Paul Richards. Somebody gave me his name, and he sorted it out straight away. And every complaint I've had, I've got in touch with Paul, and it's been sorted. Now, obviously, Paul's doing a good job, but the residents need that contact to get that job done. Shouldn't have to be relying on me all the time. Yeah. Okay? But thank you, Paul, for all your contact coming back to me immediately and getting the job sorted. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm always happy to do that. What I would stress is that we do tens of thousands of repairs a year. You hear a very, very small percentage. So this sense that we're not actually fundamentally doing a substantial job, I think I need to correct. We do get things wrong. There are jobs that go wrong. We've got a very complex stock. There's a huge amount of variables that sort of, we have to manage. It's a big geographic spread, even in the Stratford area. So, but I did just want to make sure that, there's a realisation that in the main, we get 99% of this right. Of course, the 1% we get wrong, you hear about. I accept that. But I did want to stress that I think, our data and our systems and our records and our feedback as well from customers. It's ironic that the repair service is often the most criticised, but it's also the most valued service we have. Compare and contrast the experience of some of our residents who have the ability to access us, and we do go out, we do attend, compared to many in the private sector who don't know where to turn, can't get engineers. So I do think I want to put forward a positive impression as well that we do a lot right and we do support our customers incredibly well on, as I say, on a significant amount of time.
Well, just one quick point. The last one that was dealt with was a woman, disabled woman again, without water and heating for 10 days. And there'd been a couple of contractors come out to see to the boiler. They couldn't do anything. I got in touch with you. You got in touch with the engineer, whoever involved. I went to see the woman on the day. The engineer, I was told, was coming out at 4 o'clock. She had a phone call from Orbit, a lady from Orbit, because she was told this part was out of stock. The engineer came out at 4 o'clock and he went to Screwfix and got the part, and it was done, dusting. Thank you.
Young, so I'm sure you've noted that one, gentleman. Yeah. Councillor Passingham, please.
Right. We've heard lots of problems and issues this morning, like the lady of 84 that had damp, and it's still an issue. And you've said that 21% of your housing stock is not up to standard. In fact, it's not EPC level C. In other words, it's liable to be damp. So that's possibly up to 2,000 houses still. You've seen there's a problem there, and you say you're taking on 15 new officers. But according to Mr. Cully, one of your residents, and you're a charity, so you're not in this for money. But according to Mr. Cully, one of your residents, the salary of your CEO is over £400,000. The salary of your group directors is £265,000, which is at least 10 times more than the leader of this council. Do you think those sort of salaries are justifiable?
Well, I think the salary you're quoting is of a previous chief executive who's now no longer with us. And I don't recognise that figure that you've just quoted as being something that would be representative of an executive director. I don't know where that number's come from. That doesn't feel correct. But
right. So yeah, I think we'll look into that.
I'm happy to pick it up because it was raised earlier as well.
Yeah. So I think I think my main concern is that we're getting the service in Stratford that we deserve, and therefore I think going on a tangent to Councillor Passingham's question is, if these salaries, whatever been paid, is the actual chief executive delivering? I think I'm slightly waffling, but we need to make sure that obviously it's an organisation that registered social landlord that impacts a lot of people, and how accountable on performance is the chief exec. How about that? I think that's probably a more positive.
Chair, sorry, would you mind if I just address the EPCC point? Because I do want to come back to that. For us, you may disagree, that is a success story. To have achieved the level of EPCC rating that we have compared to many, many other landlords in our sector, we are in the top quartile of landlords, already having invested millions to improve the energy efficiency rating of our homes. So yes, there are still 21% of homes that we would like to get and need to get to EPCC by 2030. But that's been achieved already by investing huge sums of money in those homes.
I can see there. Oh, correct. Yeah, there is a problem, and you are addressing it. But my question more was, are these sort of salaries justified? And if you don't have the figures now, can you please send them on to the committee?
Yeah, we'll certainly come back to you on the salary front. We'll make a response on that front. Okay. Just another point you made as well, though, I think, and it's something that we do recognise that we need to get better at, which is capturing the individual needs and specifically vulnerabilities. And I think how we capture that and then we translate that into a different approach to customers is something that we recognise. If you read the Ombudsman, they've just done a sort of an article on this very issue, and I think it's a sector-wide issue again, where there's a significant percentage of people living in our homes who do have some form of vulnerability, and at the moment the service doesn't always cater for those vulnerabilities. So I do accept that as an area that we have to again continue to improve as we go forward. So just raise that point.
Councillor Alcott, please.
Thank you, Chair. Antisocial behaviour, repairs, vulnerable people slipping through and going 12 months without having work done, people having to come to councillors because they have nobody else. Please consider bringing back the local housing officer, something that the residents can speak to, face to face, if that's how they prefer, where the vulnerable don't have to sit on hold to speak to a faceless person. Someone they can go to instead of having to come to their local councillor Currently, we're taking on the role of what a housing officer used to do. Every single one of us is doing that role now because you decide their role wasn't needed. It is needed. And everything that's been brought up around this table today, plus all the casework I've got piled up here and in my office and on my computer, all of those things could be dealt with a housing officer. Please, please consider bringing them back for our residents, for our casework pile, and also for your customer service as well. It would make such a huge difference. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, Paul, I assume you've noted that.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, I've given the commitment that we're looking at the overall customer experience and how we might need to move that forward. Just to stress, there are, huge numbers of people on the ground on a daily basis that interact with customers. Our property managers are out every single day of the week. On our independent living schemes, every single one has a dedicated scheme manager. So there is a lot of local staff who are already in place. But I'm also accepting that, in terms of that local service delivery, it is something we need to consider again. Again, like every organisation, we only have a finite resource. In terms of how we can put staffing out there. And as I say, the demands on housing associations these days are significant, both in terms of the request for services, but also the request for improvements to homes, and of course, the request to build new homes. So it's and we have a finite pot of money that's dictated by a rental income that's controlled by a regulator. So it is a challenge, but it's one that we're happy to take on. And also, we are totally committed to improving both the homes and I, genuinely, we passionately care about. We're not some caring, distant group of people. We passionately care, making sure our homes are of good quality, and also that the services that go with them as well are appropriate. So, yeah, we don't get it right all the time, but we try very hard, and we'll continue to do so and to improve our response going forward.
Brilliant. First, Paul, I don't know whether me and you are on the same wavelength. We're telepathic. There was one of the things I was going to mention was protecting the most vulnerable. You spoke about that just about 2 minutes before I was going to mention it. I think this is one of our key aims and what we want from the session, to ensure that the most vulnerable in our society are protected, and also make it as easy as possible for them to get in touch with yourselves, be it during the day or the out of hours. I think regarding the out of hours, you've accepted that there are some flaws within the process and you're going out to tender. And again, how that could be strengthened, if we could hear about that, that would be helpful. We've spoken about holding contractors to account, and I think that's sensible for two reasons. One, ensuring they're saying they're doing what they're going to do, and two, from a financial point for yourselves, that if they're being paid for something they haven't done, and they've done half-heartedly, it's not the right thing to do. And again, it's all public money in different guises. Thirdly, we've spoken about communication, and again, that is the key one, particularly around the contact centre, particularly when they're potentially hiding behind GDPR, which I've had arguments with when I've been in touch with my elderly mother-in-law. And obviously I've got to get it right for my mother-in-law because it makes my life a lot easier. So we've got to get this right first time. And I think there is some training there. And I understand your telephony system is kaput, or if I wonder, needs improving. Or so. And again, hopefully we'll see some improvements once that upgrade occurs. Again, particularly around some vulnerable customers, I know they do like the human touch, and whether, if you're not able to do a form of housing officer, whether you'll be able to hold some drop-in sessions, and particularly, again, if you could hold those and invite local councillors as well, because sometimes they can be an advocate, a champion on behalf of people who are either reluctant to speak in public or not able to attend, so I think that will be helpful. And finally, I will end on a positive note. Thank you for coming today. Thank you for being open and transparent. Thank you for providing the information, and also thank you for returning the questionnaire that we've done on the Housing Association Task and Finish Group. So I'll bring the meeting to the close. I'll give you the final words if you want the final words, but if you don't, I'm more than happy as well.
No, I mean, just to say, I think your summary was actually very, very good. You know, we absolutely, recognise that, like I say, we do a lot right, we get a tremendous amount right. And a lot of our homes are in great condition, our decent homes levels are high, our EPC levels are high. But we also recognise the need to get the quality of the home right in the first place, and also to respond well when we get it wrong. And so, you have the commitment of Orbit, and I'm sure if Phil Andrew was here, who's our new chief executive, he would also, give that reassurance that we are completely committed to doing that, and we're also really committed to Stratford as well as I say, our biggest area. And we have to do this together. We play a part in some of this, but we also need help from the community and help from yourselves as well to get us to where we want to. So I'm happy to sort of commit to that partnership from our side.
Thank you very much. Right, we've had quite a long morning. We have an intermission. It's due now. On propose.
If we have an intermission, can we have the piano come up?
Was it the old Jake? Mr. Chairman, do you know the piano's on my foot? You hum its song, I'll play it. So, for those old enough to remember the PG Tips advert. Right, so we'll have an intermission. I'm hoping we can get back for 1:30, but if we're slightly after 1:30, I wouldn't have any issue with that at all. But so if we're talking about 40, 45 minutes, I think that's fair. I don't think we need an hour unless I'm having my arm twisted. So if we're 45 minutes, so see just after 1:30, and thank you for your bearing with us and forbearance this morning. Thank you. thank you for all coming back. I knew you really wanted to. Well, all right then. Just saying. Right, thank you for that. A fun-filled morning, lots of good stuff there. I've had a request, and I'm minded to agree to it, just to bring the item number 11, task and finish group on the budget for 24-25 forward, to assist officer availability and departures. Would members have a problem with that, and would members of the cabinet have an issue as well? Because obviously we're slightly putting them back, not by much, but to help officers. Would members be okay with that? And David, you'll be presenting that one as well. So, so if that's okay, if we bring item number 11, the task and finish group for the budget 24-25 forward now. Obviously, Councillor Johnston will be is the lead member on this one, and he's obviously produced the report. I'm assuming in consultation with Mr. Burrell and I assume Councillor Curtis. I know he called you Mr. Curtis then, David. I do apologise. So, David, can I ask you to lead on this, please?
Thank you, Chair. Can I present this report? We spent, I think it's about 4.5 hours scrutinising the budget and the proposals from the Conservative group and the Green group. Just to remind everybody, the purpose of the exercise is to determine not the appropriateness of the proposals, but simply to determine whether they're clear, could be delivered and are financially sound. So it's not a discussion, we should not be having a discussion about the pros and cons of any specific proposals, just we have examined all the proposals with care and we have judged them to be, as we have said, clear, could be delivered and financially sound. We did identify a specific issue around the Christmas market, which is on our agenda at the moment for the 4th of October. We think that should be brought forward much earlier in the agenda, just for the terms of reference, the review. I understand there is a review underway, but that should come back to this group in time for any recommendations to be implemented for the next Christmas market, rather than coming too late. So I commend the report to you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Perks, I probably need your advice. I know it's Officer Lewis that led on the markets, and we wanted to, at the last meeting, give them a reasonable amount of time to look at the implications, what went wrong, what was good from the last Christmas market. Obviously, we're now hearing that the task and finish group feels that they should be brought back earlier. I just wondered about the logistics and also whether the information that they were looking at would be available in time. So I'm open-minded on this. I'm just asking for advice, please.
Point of order, Chair. I have to declare an interest. I open the Christmas market. Thank you.
Okay. We are working on the Christmas market sort of feedback at the moment. I would hope that we could probably bring you something in March if you wanted to. We're quite well advanced with that. We considered a draft at management team this week, so there's a bit more work to do on it, but I think we'd be able to get that paper ready for you to discuss at your March meeting, if you can fit that into your schedule.
Sounds like being on in the supermarket. Cashier for number 4, please. Councillor Johnson.
I'm sure that would be fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Are members of the committee happy with that? So we amend the work programme where I think it's item number 13. We amend the work programme for March to take into account. Councillor Wiley-Hoggins, please.
Will that mean another all day and me providing sandwiches for our group again, Mr. Crump?
It might mean a longer meeting, but I will provide the sandwiches for the next one. So are we happy with that? Any questions for Councillor Johnson or Mr Burrell or Councillor Curtis before we move on? No? No? You're okay, Councillor Curtis? Good. So, thank you very much. And yeah, hopefully, obviously we move this forward, and that's happy. We've sorted that out. And you're free to go if you want to disappear, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Right, well, next item on the agenda is the Cabinet meeting 12th of February 2024. We've got several items on that. Mr Perks wants to read out a statement, and it would be helpful. It's to do with the bid district voters now, I believe.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. One of the items that you're going to be asked to sort of make some comments on that's on the Cabinet agenda for Monday is the voting on the matter of the renewal of the bid. I've just got a statement from sort of David Buckland, who can't be with us, he's in another meeting at the moment. He's asked me to read out, which I shall just do verbatim. Dear all, as you may be aware, the Council has received a challenge in regard to the current ballot which is underway for the Stratford-upon-Avon Business Improvement District. The Council is still reviewing its position in relation to this challenge. I do need to be clear, however, that contrary to the views that have been expressed, the Council, as the ballot holder, has no powers available under the Business Improvement Districts England Regulations 2004 to halt the current ballot, and therefore, having been started, the ballot has to be conducted. I, as in David, as the returning officer, have received advice to that effect. Ultimately, it is only the Secretary of State who has the power to void a ballot after it has concluded, and the notice of the result has been published in accordance with the regulations. The regulations set out the basis on which the validity of a ballot can be challenged. The ballot, therefore, is still continuing, and therefore, at the meeting of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee today, and then at Cabinet on Monday, councillors are asked to consider the contents of the report which has been published and determine whether or not the council should vote for or against the bid proposals.
Is everybody happy with that? Clarity around that? Councillor Rolfe, please.
Can you just clarify how many votes the District Council has? It's 10, isn't it?
Yes, it is 10. We have 10 votes in the bid.
Yeah. And can you explain to those that may not be aware why we have 10?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, the bid, the number of votes that you have in the bid is dependent on two factors: the number of demises or properties you have. We have several properties because some of our car parks are above the rateable value that triggers a sort of a bid vote, and also sort of the rateable value. So in total, our allocation of bid votes is 10.
So for clarity, are any of our businesses that have a vote under the threshold of the new iteration of 15,000?
Any of the district council premises, do you mean? I'd have to...
I'm trying not to get involved in that discussion, okay? But could it be that one of those 10 or two of those 10 will not be part of the bid come May, if it goes forward, because it doesn't have a rateable value that meets the criteria of the new iteration of the bid report?
No, my understanding is the 10 ballots that we've been issued are all because we are eligible for votes going forward. So the 10 votes that we cast in the current ballot will all be valid.
Oh, some good points there, Councillor Rolfe. Thank you very much. Obviously, showing your understanding of the process. No, that's very helpful. Right then. So, who wants to kick off on this? Obviously, we've got Councillor Coucher and Mr. Careford. I nearly said, got them right around, got them come. So, I didn't make that mistake with Mr. Councillor Curtis. So, who would like to? Gentlemen, would you like to just give us a brief? Obviously, Councillor Rolfe has helped us very focus on certain points. Are there any other things that we should be considering you could point us in the direction of, or you think are pertinent, please?
Right, I'm now on. bids are really important because it's about additionality. It's about businesses paying additional money for additional services. And obviously we've had a bid here in Stratford since 2008 or 2009. So it's been from a long iteration. It seems that actually performance of the old bid has not been terribly good in recent years, and so therefore considerable work has been put into the new bid proposal coming forward, which and I think that's perhaps the issue why it's a bit controversial at the moment as to whether it's a renewal or whether it's new. In many respects, it is a continuation of the old arrangements. However, what the bid has done is brought in a very experienced temporary manager who I think has put together most of the bid proposals, and there are some very attractive new additional services associated with what is going to happen under the new arrangements. There has been a big change that actually they've, rather than charging a levy on all the smaller businesses in the town, the choice has been taken to actually increase the rateable value to £15,000, which is in accordance with those businesses that don't pay business rates as well. So actually that makes an awful lot of sense in terms of where it is. And indeed, after some discussions with some businesses outside the bid area, it has been decided to actually include certain areas around the station, and particularly the Maybird Centre actually coming within the bid area. And so businesses in those areas would both contribute but would also gain from the services being provided. If we don't have a bid in Stratford, I think it'll put greater pressure on the council to deliver more, or we may see a deterioration in the services that can be provided actually within the town because the district council can't afford to do that, and therefore I think we will all suffer. So it's certainly my view that we ought to be supporting these arrangements, and we should be casting our votes in favour.
Councillor Rolfe, please.
Okay, I think what you need to understand is that the Maybird will not have the same provisions as the centre of town for bid. The provision from bid, if it were to go ahead, will be quite limited to the Maybird, which will be basically CCTV camera and police operations up there. They won't get the same services, if you like, as the centre of town. I think that's quite important to know, because I was part of that decision when I was part of bid to decide whether that area should become part of it. And anyway, I'm not going to go into too much detail of that. I absolutely agree with Councillor Coucher, because there is no alternative. There is simply no alternative to bid. And having had 15 years on the board, and I've been through 5 bid directors, I am confident that if we were to vote this forward, if bid were to go forward, that they would produce a very, very tight board that would represent, and that's the important thing, it's got to represent the whole of the business sector, not just the top 5, which currently the board are. So, and I've been assured that that will be the case, that they will bring in other businesses onto the board that represent the smaller, if you like, the smaller businesses, and not the big boys like, you know, Bell Court and the RSC and Shakespeare's Birthplace, etc. So I am in favour of a bid if it works well, and there are very, very good examples of where bids do work well. So I am in favour, not least because there is no alternative. I think we'll be, I'm not going to use that phrase that my mum used to use, but we'll be in deep, dire straits if there is no bid. I think you know the phrase I'm going to use. So I am personally in favour of the District Council putting their vote to bid. Thank you.
Anyone else want to come in? I've got 1 or 2 points. Anybody else want to come in? Yeah, just from my point of view, obviously we've seen the comments and seen the challenge, and like I say, it says in the reporter, some vocal, albeit minority opposition. It would be good to ensure that some of the points or other concerns, if the current concerns that have been raised are valid, whether they will be addressed. I don't know the ins and outs of them. To ensure that the people contributing, as well as ourselves, are getting value for money from what they're doing. I know the point about a temporary manager coming in, an experienced one. Again, in terms of future viability, success, etc., are there things in place to ensure if and when that temporary manager leaves, there will be a suitable replacement? Because it sounds like the temporary manager has done a good job. I think the threshold of 15,000 is fair. It's not unreasonable. And I do like the fact, and again, if we can get some other assurance as well, and I was pleased to hear that Councillor Rolfe was happy with the assurances that the board will be more representative, including smaller businesses. That's good, but again, if we just have some assurances around about that. And from a cost point of view to the council, we're looking from just under 5,000 in 24-25 to 6,500 in 28-29. So it's not material in terms of the impact on the council budgets, and it does seem a very low risk of council finances, even though they're only a small amount. And from what I'm hearing is that the benefit of that investment will far outweigh any risks. So again, just some reassurance about that. I've sort of asked some questions and made a little statement. So if you can make of that what you will, Councillor Coucher and Mr. Cataford, just some reassurance would be happy, please.
Yes. I think this whole series of points been put forward by the objectors to the bid, some of which have already been taken on board, and the restructuring of the board is one of them, and also I think concerns about small businesses having to pay the levy, and I think that's been addressed as well. And I think the representation point, which Kate Rolfe raised as well, has also been addressed. And I think those are the three areas. So I'm really happy with that. We will continue to have a relationship with the bid and a liaison committee, and we will, I'm sure, have some influence through that in terms of how things go on in the future. So this is not a question about just voting yes and letting them get on with it. The temporary manager post at the moment is where we are. Clearly, if that temporary manager ceases to be a temporary manager, then we will be looking for a suitable person to be leading the bid, and I'm sure that we will be involved in that, because I think we in the past have provided some certainly HR services in relation to that, so I'm sure we will be involved in that to ensure that happens correctly. 15k threshold, I think we're all happy with. Board representation, I think we're happy with, and I think actually for £5,000 or £6,000, we actually get a great deal more value from having a bid in place. If it wasn't there, I think there would be much greater financial pressure on this authority to do even more in Stratford, and that would be more difficult for us.
Thank you, Councillor Catcher. That sounds very reassuring. I can't see any other questions on this. I'm looking forward to the debate on Monday at Cabinet. Right then, moving swiftly on. The next item is the statement of community involvement that we're going to be looking at. So, everybody got their cabinet papers with them? And the statement of community item on the cabinet. Page 143. Mr. Perks just beat me to it. Fancy a building person beating an accountant to the figures. Must be slacking. Right then. Yes, this is again under Councillor Coucher and produced by Mr. James, who's our senior policy planner. And this is obviously going to Cabinet on Monday. Well, obviously looking, scrutinising the three options available to the Cabinet to approve recommendations of the report, to seek amendments to the revised SCI, and or not to approve a recommendation. So I think we need to look at the points that have come forward. Obviously, we've got Mr. Careford. Careford and Couchy, sometimes your names are quite similar, so we ought to have councillors' surnames different to the officers, you know. Crump and Perks is all right. We can't confuse those so much, but yeah, so to apologise. John, do you want to just give us some update, please? What your thoughts around this paper and you know, what you think the Cabinet should be looking at and us as a scrutiny committee?
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Chair. And afternoon, members. So the statement of community involvement, it sets out how this council consults and engages in the planning process. So that's both in respect of applications as well as the plan making process. It's a bit of an administrative document in that sense, but it is a legal requirement to have one, and particularly in respect of plan making to show that you've complied with it. That's one of the sort of tests of soundness for a local plan. You're required to keep it up to date, so this is that sort of regular update that we're producing. Some of the context to it is that we had to make some changes because of the COVID, which prevented face-to-face meetings. So we're removing those aspects. Is in essence the biggest change, just make sure it's up to date. And lastly, I suppose just to relate it directly to the new council plan and the desire of this council to put residents and communities centre stage. So it's a sort of tidying up exercise in that sense. So I'm happy to sort of any of the details, but say it follows on from previous versions. If you like, it's the minimum situation. It doesn't stop us doing more, but it just says, and often we do, it depends on the nature of any consultation and any plan, but this is the, if you like, the bare minimum that we would go through. To take questions. Thank you.
Councillor Rolfe, please.
Yeah, I am a ward member in a very urban area, and we have one town council. And I know Ian, who chairs the town council planning committee, often has problems with timings on the 21-day consultation. But I also think that in the rural areas where there are many parishes and they don't meet as often, that they have their problems too. I personally would like to see, I've talked to John about another issue very similar earlier, but I personally would like to see a little bit of leeway on this in terms of timing. And I think, let's be honest, if comments in by Monday, the whatever, and the town council meets on that Tuesday, currently they won't accept any comments. Our planning department won't accept any comments. I think there needs to be a little bit of leeway. Now, that's from an urban point of view, from our town. I think the rural areas and the parishes have much more complex problems around this. And I think there needs to be either a kind of level of timing involved to allow them time to come back with comments, because otherwise I just think it's unfair on certain people, and I think we need to be a little bit kinder and allow some leeway. Thank you.
Sarah, Councillor Waller-Huggins, please.
Yes, I think Councillor has just touched on something that I was going to mention. I mean, when you look at on page 144, it says that there were a total of 24 responses. So that indicates potentially that maybe we're not doing so well on garnering information that we wish to have for somebody with a lot of, well, they're all rural parishes, so the majority of which meet at least once every 2 months. It's an 8 weeks. It's a alternate monthly cycle, and it's impossible to say that if you did it in this cycle of every 2 months it would be okay. I think sometimes the consultations could be 8-week consultations, because that does give people the chance to meet. And if those consultations started in the middle of the first month, then everybody should get through that within that 8 weeks. But I'd also like to make the point, please, that even I find it difficult sometimes to look for the consultations on the website, and I think that the best and easiest place so that councillors can signpost, you know, individuals and parish councils is to have a banner on the front page as you hit, you know, go into the Stratford District website. There is a methodology for having a ribbon banner there, you know, click on this for the consultation on X, you know, and there should be a number there so that people really do get that involvement. I think expect them to scroll down to democracy and then pick up from there is quite a lot. We want to make this as simple as possible, because you do want as many people as possible to be engaged. And I think also by doing that, it means that the other uber rural parishes that only have parish meetings can then easily find that document to look through. So, and I don't think an 8-week consultation on something as important as this is unrealistic. I don't think it's, you want it to be right, but we certainly want to have more engagement than 24 responses. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think mine along similar points to Councillor Waller-Huggins and Councillor Rolfe, particularly regarding the rural areas. We've touched on this before, and I think Councillor Rock and I were in agreement at, I can't remember, it was the last cabinet or the one before, in terms of the rural areas and getting responses and consultations and engagement. It is disappointing that I must admit, I'll hold my hand up that I wasn't one of the 24 that responded to this consultation, and I'm not sure whether any around the table did, but I might be doing somebody a disservice. I think we do need to, we've all got a role to play in this, and I think that whether we as district councillors can help, we can have some training in how we can use our networks to get more consultations. And I do think the towns and parish councils have got a role to play in this. Some obviously depending on the resources and the availability of them as well. So I do think that we need to look at why we're only getting limited responses. Talking about limited resources earlier, limited responses to these. And I think we can do better, and whether we have an item at a future OSC about how we are engaging, not just on this area, but other areas, and getting responses from the residents, and whether we can do things on the website differently, whether we can use our partners to get messages out for us. You know, Orbit might have been able to do something. It's just some ideas that we could potentially do. I think I'm trying not to be too critical, and hopefully I'm not coming across as critical. It's trying to be constructive and helpful suggestions. So whether we could perhaps have this as a future work plan regarding how we are speaking with our residents and are people being disenfranchised. And like I say, I said, when I summed up about Orbit, about helping vulnerable residents in terms, and we spoke about GDPR and communication, and I'm slightly rambling, but I think you're getting the point. So I think that I'd like to perhaps see something on a future agenda about the whole principle, whether members would be willing to do that as well. So just some thought. I'm getting some nods, which is good. So hopefully, Councillor Kensher and Ms Kerford, you're getting some flavour that we want to be supportive. We want to make sure we're getting enough people. And like I say, 24, bearing in mind we've got 41 district councillors, we can bear some responsibility ourselves. And bearing in mind how many hundreds of parish and town councillors we've got, plus county councillors, and so I think, what's our partner? So I think we're trying to be helpful. Councillor Alcott, please.
Thank you. Mine come out, yes. Very much on the back of that, of what you just said, about the removal of reference to community forums in paragraph 1.9, given that there are no active community forums. It's exactly that. By not having an active community forum in any of our areas across the district does mean that we're relying on the use of social media, which we know can give rise to pardon and abuse to a particular councillor. We're relying on everybody using the local newspaper, whichever one it may be. What we are missing out on is those vulnerable people who don't want to use social media, who may not wish to read the paper, but they miss that face-to-face community opportunity to be able to raise the issues with us as a council. Yes, we have public participation in council meetings, but how intimidating could it be to come in front of you, come in front of me, at meetings? So I do think that the removal of it should actually set off a little alarm bells in every single one of our heads to go, is that the right way to go? Thank you.
Any other comments? Councillor Wiley-Hoggins, please.
And don't let us forget that these documents, such as this and any other document that we need to go out to consultation with, there's been an awful lot of officer time and work gone into this, and to get 24 responses to it is sad, really, and it's not a reflection of the quality of the documents. And also, the public need to know how hard this council and all councillors are working for them. It's just, I think, with regard to consultations and making it a little bit easier to access, it's just, as I said to you earlier this week, Mr Careford, it's about working smarter, not necessarily harder, really. Thank you.
Councillor Coucher, please.
I'm not surprised there's only 24 responses, because actually the changes are not that radical in the document. I have to say, anecdotally, when I've been talking to my parish council and some others, the view is nothing will change, so there's no point in responding. And I think that's something that that's a attitude that we've got to change, and ensure that as a district council we are responsive to when we receive representations. So in terms of the overall exercise, this really is, as I think John Kevin says, a bit of a tidying up exercise in terms of the document. The document's existed for a number of years, and all we're doing is bringing it up to date. So I'm not really too concerned about that. I do think there is an issue about ensuring that this is not seen to be, in relation to planning applications, the be-all and end-all in terms of involvement. 8 weeks may well be too long in terms of our statutory responsibility of determining applications in a speedy manner, but I do think that 21 days is a tight is there. So I think if that's regarded as a guide and not an absolute, then I think we can potentially live with that. And I'm hoping that the planning department will take that on board. Clearly, we are going to have a review of how that department is going to work in future, coming up in the future, and I'm sure this is something that I will ensure is on the agenda for that review.
Mr. Carford, please.
Thank you, and just to, I suppose, echo Councillor Couch's comments about, yes, I'm not too concerned about the level of responses to this document, and you know, as I said, it is a bit of an administrative document in any event. I think just to give members some comfort, as I said, this is the minimum, and what I am looking at and colleagues are looking at is how we can go much further than that. And I think it does depend on the particular document that's being consulted on. We often do run longer consultations. We do face-to-face events, and so I think, as I say, this is the minimum. What we do need to do is look at how we can engage parishes and communities much better, and engagement is different from consultation. It's how do we have that ongoing dialogue, and that's something that we're looking at now, whether it is the recreation of some sort of community forum or whatever, or parish forum. I don't know yet, but we're not getting rid of them in that sense. What we're doing is that, as a minimum, this is what in the document, and we will look to see how we can have that conversation moving forwards. I think with the 21 days for planning applications, that is prescribed in legislation, but again, we can look at how we're applying that to see if there is any flexibility. I think we've got to be careful that the government are clamping down on the 8-week turnaround. Extending that 21-day period does have a significant practical implication on us. So I think it's just understanding what that might be. I think with parishes also, some parishes do manage it. They have a scheme of delegation for planning applications, and whether we can work with Walk to try and pass on that best practice and give parishes the confidence that it can work, it does work, and they can then fully engage with the planning application process, which is prescribed nationally. The other thing I'd just say about documents is we often do give parishes the heads up early on, because it often go onto a cabinet agenda. So the document will be in the public domain a few weeks before the actual consultation starts. And so even if the consultation period may well be 6 weeks or whatever, it's actually available for a much longer period, and parishes can start digesting it. Obviously, it could change slightly, but fundamentally, the document that tends to go to cabinet, fortunately, does tend to get approved. So, as I say, I think there are ways we can improve, certainly on the engagement, and we are looking at that. But hopefully, I can give you the comfort that that is the case, because I think it's really important that we do get the views of communities, and they know, just to pick up from Councillor Couch's point, that there is value in responding. It's not that, oh, nothing will change, but they see how they can respond, and they make those comments, and we can actually take those on board. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I think that's really helpful, John. Obviously, I appreciate this is a tidy up exercise. I think it has, I think it's created a work plan for community OSC later in the year, so we can be aware. So there's some of the comments that you've just made. They're helpful, pragmatic, but sometimes I, as a councillor, or members of the public, are not really aware of those. So whether it's, again, about communication, make those aware, and regarding the 21 days, whether we go down the route saying, well, statutory, we have to do this within 21 days, we would value your comments, and some, if they are received after that, there's no guarantee they would be included, but whether there's some flexibility, we can use that as well. But I think it's setting some issues. We have strayed from, obviously, the original remit to purpose of this report, but I think we've not strayed too far because it is around about community involvement, and I think it's a particular subject, and it's not the first time we've talked about it in the last few months. So I think it's not unreasonable, and I've got tacit approval from the committee that will be looking at this in future detail. And I think it's all the better for us as well. It might potentially take pressure off councillors. Oh, why didn't you know about this? Or we haven't been told about this, etc. And it might help us in our workloads as well. And we might also, if we are being peer reviewed in different things, we might get some ideas from them, or they might see some of our ideas that are coming forward as exemplars and adopt those as well. So again, improving the reputation of the council. So hopefully you think that's a fair summation. Nobody's saying, Councillor Crump, you're talking rubbish, as usual. No, you're not meant to agree with that bit, Councillor Walcott. I can see from the smile. Councillor, happy with the... And obviously I'll be sort of raising those. Councillor Frangier, please.
Thank you. Sorry if I'm going back, but the 21 days of planning is generally okay. The problem we have is when we've got some biggies on, and you certainly need more than 21 days. I mean, we had one this week. You know, they want to build 100 and so apartment blocks. Well, that's going to take more than 21 days to deal with. Yeah, I appreciate that, and I think that there are some practicalities in response, and from some of the smaller parish councils who tend to have one or two people, councillors on their organisation that usually take the lead on planning applications, and if those one or two are not available for one reason, they are then scratching around to try and find somebody to do it or have limited time to respond. So I can understand. I think Councillor Rolfe and Councillor Wally-Hoggins gave some great points there. So I think that's the general point. So hopefully, gentlemen, we've looked at this for you. Again, no issues regarding this tidying up exercise, but I will be saying on Monday we think there's a work programme item for this where we can improve our community involvement, but also communicate better the things we're doing in terms of helping the parish councils, giving them the heads up, giving them a longer time to digest the information than the actual consultation period. So I think that's quite helpful. Councillor Rolfe, please.
I just want to go back to what Councillor Wally-Hoggins said, because I think it's... I've just said to Councillor Littlewood, did you know about this? And he went, no. And I didn't know about this now. Forgive me. Somebody probably sent us an email. Yeah. But was it labelled in big letters? This is a consultation. Probably not. Now, we're all busy people, and we're not stupid, some of us, but...
Don't talk yourself down, Councillor Rolfe.
No,
come on,
yeah.
I've told you that before.
I'm talking about me. But, you know, if we just had someone say, councillors, this is a consultation. We will remind you in 5 days' time, and you will not get another reminder. I'm more likely to actually look at that and say, oh, okay, I think my village in Alveston ought to have this consultation. But you're right. I mean, I'm not going to scrabble around on the internet, on the website, looking for consultations. We need to be told, and we didn't know. Honestly, hands up, who knew about this consultation? So there you go.
And you did catch the coach.
Yeah. So just to reiterate your point, Councillor Crump, you know, 41 councillors, 24 responses, none of them were councillors, so it kind of indicates that most of us didn't have any idea. It needs to be done better, does it not?
It does.
I think we're all in agreement on this, and again, yeah, I don't want to be too critical of anybody on this, and I think there are lessons to be learned, and things are coming out, and we are doing things, but we're not telling people about them. And again, there are some good, good practice that we're not telling people about. So I think trying to be balanced and not too critical. And Mr. Kevin, come in, and then I'm sure Mr. Perks wants to make some comment, but I'm not sure. We'll do Mr. Cowper first, and then do Mr. Perks.
Well, okay, so for the avoidance of doubt, so yes, you would have been notified, and parishes would have been notified. I take the point about making it very clear what the email was about, and I'll look at that. But to be clear, yes, you would have had the notifications.
Yes, come on, Mr. Perks. I can tell by the smile.
So I was only felt I duty bound to point out that your evidence has sort of rather proved, rather than we're not telling people, that rather they're not listening. But I just thought I'd share that with you.
And it's not unusual. How unusual for councillors not to listen to officers. Speaking of that as an ex-officer myself, yeah. So, right, I think we've got an action plan for the future on this. We note the comments of the report, and really it's tidying up exercise, and yeah, some lessons to be learned. And I think, yeah, we can all do better, and I'll leave it at that. So I think that's fair. I don't think any other items to scrutinise on.
Chair, could I
Councillor
suggest?
Johnson.
It's this notice of motion on the Church Street car park. I mean, I'm really reluctant that we spend any money on this. Isn't it just understand? I don't know whether staff get told off for parking in councillors' spaces, or councillors get told off for parking somewhere else.
I can assure you that any money we will spend on it will be very de minimis. I think there's about 3 bits of sort of writing that need scratching off and a few screws to be removed. So we won't be spending a fortune on it should the council vote to sort of get rid of the... There are a couple of linings that say reserved for councillors that would need to be sort of scratched off next time I've got somebody around doing some lining, and a couple of signs to be removed if that's the way the council vote. But we won't be spending a significant quantity of money changing the markings in the car park.
Councillor Rolfe, please.
It's a pity because the initials CLLR on the car park are actually the initials of my name, but that's another. So I want to park in them all because they all are my initials. Can I ask an obvious question? So when we receive our ONS papers and item 10, cabinet meeting, the following items will be considered at this meeting. And there are 2 items. There's a hell of a lot of items on the cabinet papers. Who makes that decision on those 2 items? And can we discuss any item on the cabinet papers if we wish? Thank you.
Yeah, so we realised it was a big agenda today, and going with an intermission as well. And we were also talking about the budget, the task and finish group on the budget that was on there. So that was one of the items on the council cabinet anyway, and that will be discussed as well at full council. But more than happy if there are some items you want to speak about on the council meeting. Obviously, some of the bid people didn't turn up, so we've not had the hour.
I think the point I'm trying to make is that every ONS that we attend, we are sent our cabinet papers and there's only ever 2 items on item 10 to discuss. And I think, again, I'm talking about flexibility. If a councillor or a group of councillors want to discuss something else on the cabinet papers, can we discuss them?
Yeah, if it helps the committee, what Mr Allison sort of does with the chairman, sort of when the cabinet agenda is produced, is he goes through each of the items and sort of he does a bit of analysis on the strategic significance of them, so that we are getting the best value out of the overview and scrutiny time, and things which meet a certain threshold are put on the agenda to make sure that we've got your views. That doesn't stop any sort of member of Overview and Scrutiny Committee asking for anything else to be scrutinised. In fact, I would encourage that, because I would sooner that we sought your views before the Cabinet make a decision than sort of risk the call-in sort of issues afterwards, because we'd far rather, if there are issues that the group want sharing, that the Cabinet can have those sort of put before them before they make a decision, rather than you say, if only they'd known this, and then that sort of delays public process and creates an element of bad feeling. So if there are things that people feel strongly about, then do feel free to call them out. But it's really, there is a little bit of science behind the stuff that we put before you, that sort of Howard sort of prepares to make sure we're using your sort of time as prudently as we can, conscious that you've got sort of quite large agendas. But yes, don't feel you're being stifled.
Yeah, and Councillor Julie does attend these meetings as well.
Sorry, I wasn't in any way,
Yeah.
I'm just saying that I think we should, have that flexibility. Thank you.
Yeah. Happy, we have been flexible in the past. The climate change panel, we discussed at meetings, the bid has been on there. We've got the community involvement, notice of motion, a small item, revenue and capital budgets we're going to be talking about at full council. So, yeah, we have been flexible. And because we didn't have the update from Stratford bid, that probably saved an hour on this meeting, we were taking, we didn't know at that time. If we knew they weren't coming, we could have maybe had more scrutiny on it. But I'm not trying to stifle any debate and scrutiny. I welcome this. So, Councillor Rice, please.
Mischievously, and notwithstanding what Mr. Perks just said, there are always 2 items, which doesn't suggest to me that it's a matter of importance. There are always 2 items from the Cabinet agenda. Always 2.
No.
And if we're talking about significance leading to selection, why are there always 2?
No, it's not always 2. I'm sure there's been...
I genuinely go back to Martin.
I'll come up and then you come in. Yeah, fine. Yeah, I think again we've had concerns about the length of the meeting. Unlike employment committee, it lasts 13 minutes. Sometimes our meetings sometimes last almost like 13 hours. Slight exaggeration there, but sorry.
I regard that as a badge of honour.
Did you say we need a better chairperson of the council? Is that what you were saying, Councillor? No, don't. I'm not offended. I'm not offended, Councillor Orcott, but I will remember that for future reference. How can you improve on perfection? That's what I say. But moving swiftly on, is that we've had concerns that on a Friday, the meetings have been going on for 3 hours, and sometimes the last item on the agenda, or last 2 items on the agenda, we are barely quorate because members are having to go. So it is a fine balance. Like I say, if we've got the time and members are happy to stay, I'm more than happy to have some flexibility around the Cabinet. And it would be hypocritical for me to say no flexibility when I've just asked Councillor Mr. Careford to have a bit more flexibility around about community involvement. So I'm more than happy to be flexible if we've got the time and we've got the sufficient members to be quorate.
And it does in fact help with Cabinet. So if we as a committee have had the chance to scrutinise as much as we want to scrutinise, at least we know those comments are there at Cabinet and there's less debate at Cabinet, and also less reason for any of us to turn up at Cabinet because we know our views have been put forward. I'm just saying it does speed up the process. I know it's slightly longer for us, but yes.
Yeah, we have had 3 items this financial year. So, told you. That's where you got a good chairperson who knows how many they've had. What I'm sure Councillor Coucher will attest, I'm sure Councillor Curtis will also attest that the chairman of Overview and Scrutiny Committee does participate actively at Cabinet. So I do try and represent everybody's views at the meeting in a fair and reasonable way. I'm not seeing anybody shaking their heads anyway, and Kirsty is almost smiling. So I'm more than happy to take extra comments with me. Admittedly, it's a bit of a rush between a meeting on a Friday that's then till 3 o'clock, and then a meeting at 10 o'clock on a Monday morning. So between myself and Mr. Allison, we concoct some notes and discussion points. So, yeah, I think that's a fair point. I'm not happy. I'm not unhappy with this. In fact, being raised, but sometimes we have to limit what we do. And if we've got the time to do any additions, I'm more than happy to do that. Mr. Perks, please.
Should we just ask Councillor Rolfe if there was anything else she wanted from the agenda to discuss?
Can I just say, because I like the word on block items, can we discuss them, please? I'm just winding you up. No. No, I know. No, I'm just saying.
Yeah. We try and be as accommodating as possible.
What? You did ask again.
Can I just for the work programme, obviously, like Mr. Perks has advised that there's nothing stopping us bringing something up on the day if we need to, but in order to make sure we've got the correct officers and portfolio holders at the meeting, if you can, if there's something on the work programme for next month, even the month after, down the line, the sooner you let us know that it's something you'd like to discuss at OSC, the more chance we can have of getting the right people there and having a really, productive discussion, basically.
Good point, Mr. Allison.
And getting it on the agenda as well.
Right then, so we'll now move on to item 12, which is the update on task and finish groups. First of all, housing associations, which is chaired by Councillor Wally Hoggins. So, do you want to come in on that one, please?
Yes, we had a meeting on the 26th of January, which was an important meeting because at that meeting we were considering lines of inquiry and questions ahead of the meeting of today's meeting of overview and scrutiny with Orbit. So I'm pleased to say that we gave them it was much different to the last time. So thank you for that. We're also now receiving the completed questionnaires from housing associations, and to date we have received the completed questionnaires from Sage and Orbit. So, and that's for us to now scrutinise. So it's good to see that they're coming in, and from what I've seen, they are quite fulsome in their answers, so that it is being taken seriously and reflects the high quality piece of work that the group are doing. I'd like to place on record my thanks, please, to all of the councillors that participated with questions today from that task and finish group. It was remarkable, so thank you very much indeed.
And we'll move on to the Public House task and finish group, and our experts are Councillor Littlewood and Councillor Johnston. In the fact that they co-chair it, not the fact that they spend all their time there.
I shall follow Councillor Littlewood's. We're fairly optimistic that we will produce a product shortly.
Yes, yes. It comes in pint. No, it doesn't come in pint glasses. Yes. So a week ago we met to discuss the situation. First question was to determine whether a problem existed at all, and it seems in the last 10 years 9 public houses have closed their doors for good, and having been granted planning permission for change of land use, which is roughly 5% of what otherwise would be a total number of public houses today. Out of the 167 pubs remaining, 22, roughly 13%, are currently vacant or closed. 13 of those, or 8% of the current total, have been found to be at high risk of being closed permanently. Do we have the map? Or?
Yeah, if you give me a second.
Yeah, okay. I just... Howard's done an incredibly good job at mapping the situation.
I think he's got a vested interest in mapping where all the pubs are.
or in this case, not.
Actually, that's really quite sad to hear. What's the percentage that are likely to close?
It's 13%. Well, oh yeah, okay. It should be said before we have a look at this is a first cut through the data, and further investigation will probably show several more that are at risk or under threat of closure. So the pubs marked in red are already lost to communities. The pink ones indicate that they're at high risk going through requests for development, change of use, etc. The blue ones are at risk, but a low risk at this time, as best we can determine. The work was done in conjunction with the licensing officers as well. So it's not just planning data that we've got here, it's actually lapse of licenses, vacant properties, etc. The Task and Finish group find this is to be indicative of a significant issue affecting town centres and rural communities alike, though particularly an increasing problem in rural areas, depriving rural communities of important centres of social and economic value. The group is working closely with officers in planning to maximise the protection of these public houses, and a practice note is currently being prepared with this objective. I should also say that the existing core strategy, CS25, specifically supports public houses as community assets, and we hope to report further on this in due course. Would you like to add any?
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. I look forward to the next report. We could say the next round of reports from this. Come on, you don't all have to laugh at once on this one. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think Mr. Perks was offering to buy the next round. Moving swiftly on, we'll move on to the work plan. We've already got one addition potentially for the March meeting, which is to do with the markets, at Christmas market, etc. And then later on in the year to do with looking at community involvement, the whole process around that as well. So it is quite a busy one next time, but I assume that the market one won't be particularly long and onerous.
Don't have much to say about it.
He says, Councillor Rolfe, please. I tell you, what you... Whatever was in those sandwiches, Councillor Rolfe, has obviously worked, so... And your voice is sounding better, which is good.
You'd miss me when I'm gone. Anyway, I'd like to bring up a subject for a future scrutiny, please, if that's okay. And I'd like us to look at the over 66 parking permits, please, if that's all right. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, we've got that on the work programme, I believe.
Good.
Yeah, 12th of July, concessionary parking permit review.
Sorry, did you say the 12th of July?
Yeah. Yes.
I can't be there. Can you move it?
At the chairman's discretion, the committee, we just write it up for you.
We could do it on the 3rd. If you, obviously, if you're raising it, it's the whole point of you being there, wouldn't it? If you,
Correct. I do want to be part of it. So
30th of August could be. Will you be available on the 30th of August?
August, I'll definitely be around.
Right.
Not the
We'll
12th
put it
of
on the
July.
work plan for the 30th of August.
Much there, so yes.
And then we could have potentially the community involvement on the 30th of August as well.
Yes.
So we'll move that one there, yeah, and community involvement, etc. And the March one, we will be having. Oh, markets, yeah, sorry.
It's me again.
Right then.
Councillor Rolfe has more points to raise.
Come on, Councillor Rolfe, come on, you're inspired this afternoon. Councillor Alcock, you
So
come back.
when are we going to? I know that our task and finish group on housing complaints is coming. Will it come to ONS? Yes, full ONS. Then it will go to cabinet. At what point, after our recommendations, are we going to then question the housing associations on whether they have taken up our recommendations. I mean, I know it's hence, and it probably is quite a few months hence, but I do think it's something we have to consider. So just let me get this right. Ours will come back to here, we'll discuss it, it'll go to Cabinet, we'll agree whatever we agree, and then at some stage I would like to ensure that those housing associations are taking on what we have suggested. Is that right?
I'll just come in for a minute, but just to say that when we do come back with this, we're waiting for the responses now. But I mean, I know that Howard will come in a moment. But yes, the order of the day will be exactly as described. But what I see us doing as a task and finish group is also formulating some key performance indicators really as to how we want them to behave, and it's as basic as that. And I can already tell you that Orbit don't have any, so they're in for a rude awakening, I'm afraid. But I think in order to once all of this has been published and gone through the necessary processes, you know, you're going to have to give organisations, I would have said 12 months in order to turn that juggernaut around. So I would be anticipating that it will be Easter time. Howard, I'm looking at you. Try not to look bewildered, but that's what we're aiming for. And also we'll be reporting back of any housing associations that don't come back to us. And that's significant as well. All right. But it is, you know, it's the jurisdiction that we have over the housing association, probably not a lot, but the fact that they'll be then held accountable against what we want them to achieve is there. But there'll be other implications for council and cabinet to consider. So, for example, at the moment we make no charge for the fact that we are doing, I think, far too much. Our private housing sector are doing far too much on behalf of you know, the housing associations, and there should be a charge associated with that. You know, these are all things to consider. They won't like it, and probably they won't want to be able to do it, and there'll be something to do with central government law that says that they can't do it, but we can do what we can do and make our recommendations. All right. It's not going to get, you know that it's not going to get lost, Kate. Thank you very much indeed. Howard, did you have anything else to give to that?
Yeah, I was just actually reminding myself what the original scoping document said, and it recommended that we review and evaluate the impact roughly 6 months afterwards. But like you're saying, Councillor Hoggins, it might be a bit early to see any significant change, so could extend that to 12 months and just put it on the work programme so that it doesn't get lost.
I think that's fair. Councillor Bassingham, please.
You might say this is out of order or out of the scope of this meeting, but I wasn't very happy with the response that I had from Orbit about the salaries of their chief executive and their boards, particularly after all the withdrawal of services that we were told about, the closing Greenhorse Street, taking away the neighbourhood offices. They've had damp houses for 25 years and they haven't been fixed, and they've still got nearly 2,000 houses that are liable to be damp. And in that time, and just recently, they've massively increased their salaries. Is there any process by which the council can say, this is our biggest supplier and we're not happy with their services? They've in effect got a monopoly over these houses, and their performance is not justifying putting up their salaries.
Yeah, it's very difficult. So I'm sure Mr. Perks will come in and help me as well. But I think we've got very limited influence on that type of thing. We can limit when it comes to. We've got some influence in terms of who goes into their houses, their properties, and we can also have some influence on trying to support the residents in there. When it comes to paying what they pay their staff, and we've got no influence, and if I was that organisation, I would in fact be probably offended and say it's nothing to do with you. And also, when it comes to about what staff are paid, yeah, again, it's not, and sometimes the counter argument is they haven't paid enough to get the right person in who can allegedly sort these things out and make a difference. So I'm very, very reluctant to go down that route whatsoever in terms of, I think we can ask them what they're doing to improve the situation to the residents and are they making best use of their resources, but I don't think I wouldn't countenance questioning their salaries. You can do that as an individual councillor, but I wouldn't want to do that as chairman of OSC. Right then, so I think we've sorted out the work plan. The only urgent business I've got is to thank everybody for their forbearance today, for their scrutiny, and to note the enthusiasm and improved performance of some members after lunch. So what was in their lunch, can we all have some, but preferably have it for breakfast, so therefore we can start with a bang. So thank you very much, and I declare this meeting closed.